the commission this morning. Glad to see everyone for day 2 of the IRP hearings. We'll wait on our queue and we'll begin. Morning. We'll get started on the second day of the hearings. This is docket number 56002, Georgia Power Company's 2025 Integrated Resource Plan. We'll get started by calling for appearances. Georgia Public Service Commission.
Morning, Mr. Chair. This is Chris Pilato and my colleague Justin Pollock on behalf of commission staff.
Georgia Power Company.
Good morning, Commissioners. Allison Pryor, Steve Hewitson, and Brandon Margot for Georgia Power Company.
Advanced Power Alliance.
Brad Carver on behalf of the Advanced Power Alliance.
Americans for Affordable Clean Energy. Americans for Affordable Clean Energy. Clean Energy Buyers Association.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Scott Dunbar here for the Clean Energy Buyers Association.
Capital Good Fund. Brown, Capital Good Fund. Vermont Energy. Georgia Association of Manufacturers. Georgia Center for Energy Solutions. Georgia Coalition of Local Governments.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Ben Snow with Fox Rothschild on behalf of the Georgia Coalition of Local Governments.
Georgia Conservation Voters Education Fund.
Good morning, all. Juan Estrada, Georgia Voters Conservation Education Fund.
Morning. Georgia Interfaith Power and Light and South Base Energy Institute. Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jennifer Whitfield and Bob Sherrier on behalf of Gipple and South Base. And I have a quick housekeeping matter is the appropriate time.
Go ahead.
Just a reminder to the commission that we're still awaiting scheduling of the trade secret motion by hearing for the trade secret function.
Yeah, staff's working on getting that scheduled, so
Thank
you will be hearing from them soon.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner.
you. Georgia Solar Energy Industries Association, Josiah.
Good morning, Casey Frew, Matthew McKagan, and Stephen Jones for Georgia Solar Energy Industries Association.
Good morning. Georgia Solar, Mr. Moreland. There he is.
Hey, good morning. John Moreland on behalf of Georgia Solar Energy Association.
Morning. Georgia Watch, Ms. Coyle. Georgia Wand Education Fund and Vote Solar. Wand and Vote Solar. Marta.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Casey Sturm on behalf of MARTA.
Microsoft.
Good morning, Commissioners. Nathan Carrier on behalf of Microsoft Corporation.
Resource Supply Management. Resource Supply Management. Sierra Club, SACE, NRDC. I think this reason happened. Yeah. Southern Renewable Energy Association.
Morning, Commissioners. Whit Cox on behalf of the Southern Renewable Energy Association.
Department of Defense. Walmart.
Good morning, Commissioners. Stephanie Eaton on behalf of Walmart Inc. Thank you.
All right. Was there anyone that showed up after we started going through the appearances? Was there any other housekeeping matters? Yes, sir. Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I am Bo Barber II. I'm here on behalf of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, the Episcopal Office of the Bishop of Georgia.
Hey, would you like to provide public comments?
Yes, sir, I would.
Okay, yeah, we're about to get to that.
Mhm.
Thank you. Was there any other housekeeping matters to take up? All right, we will move on to public comments, public witnesses. We do have a sign-up sheet. If you want to speak and have it signed up, just see Sally over here, right sitting to my left. And we'll get started. And first of all, thank y'all for taking the time to be here. And we'll start with, and if I say your name wrong, I'm having a hard time reading some. Please correct me and I apologize. Karan Kapaleshwar, worry. Please correct me.
Good morning,
Is that
Commissioners.
Hawaiian, by the way? Is your last name
So
Hawaiian?
my first name is Sanskrit. I'm half Indian. But yeah, I know it doesn't
I
really show.
appreciate you being here.
Yeah, happy to be here. Good morning. My name is Karan Kapaleshwari, and I'm a senior mechanical engineering student at Georgia Tech. Georgia Power's integrated resource plan proposes a massive expansion of natural gas generation, which moves us in the wrong direction for multiple reasons. First, solar plus storage offers significant co-benefits for Georgians without huge health and climate costs associated with natural gas that Georgia Power shifts onto customers and society. Second, the cost of solar plus storage continues to decline rapidly. And third, the cost of generating electricity via natural gas will almost certainly increase in the future. To my first point, we are now at an exciting inflection point where solar technologies are currently cost competitive with fossil fuels and cheaper in many markets. Independent expert modeling confirms that this is true in Georgia, but Georgia Power uses flawed assumptions such as 0% capacity for the value of solar generation in winter and 100% to gas and coal thermal generation. Both of these assumptions are inaccurate and create extremely biased results favoring natural gas. Second, with the cost of solar plus storage continuing to rapidly decline, we should invest and develop these technologies now, in addition to the future as they continue to get cheaper. The push for massive additional capacity isn't driven by existing customers' need for reliable energy, but by data centers trying to capitalize on the AI boom. Georgia Power wants to build costly natural gas infrastructure and use existing coal plants, the most expensive and polluting electricity generation methods. Granting these requests is not in the public interest. Third, the cost of generating electricity with natural gas will almost certainly increase in the future. Georgia Power's own 2016 IRP warned against, quote, over-reliance on a fuel and with a history of volatility, which is subject to potential future cost increases driven by regulation, changing market conditions, and other factors. We currently have an administration that has rolled back clean energy policies, and this will likely change. As climate science understanding grows, extreme weather events become more frequent and destructive, future administrations will very likely implement policies favoring clean energy and making fossil fuel generation more costly. If we overbuild now, we are at risk of creating costly stranded assets. For these reasons, it is in the public interest for Georgia Power to invest in more utility-scale solar plus battery storage, to expand the net metering program without a cap, and increase their funding of energy efficiency programs. Thank you for your time.
Hey, thank you for your time. Jennifer Ratcliffe, followed by Gus Hodo. Morning, how are you?
Fine, how about yourself?
Good.
Good. My name is Jennifer Ratcliffe and I live in District 3 in Roswell. I've lived there for over 20 years. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to you directly. I am a registered nurse in a hospital with patients who have suffered traumatic injuries. And my patients have taught me a thing or two. I am also a deeply religious person. And I would like to tell you about 3 lessons my patients have taught me that may be applicable here. First, I am concerned about the environment. Relying on fossil fuel to pay for AI data generators is a short-term proposition that will eventually run out. Maybe not in a few decades, but it's already wreaking havoc to our environment, our sources of food, our children's lungs, and on the health of vulnerable communities. In my work, and at church, we care for our space. I help keep sanctuary and hospital room equally healthy without wasting resources. And we think of those who are coming after us. Secondly, I'm concerned about our cost of living. Multiple rate hikes happened on your watch. You might be able to take campaign contributions from Georgia Power, but we, the citizens, pay for your salary. And as your employer, I am here to remind you that we trusted you and we elected you. And you have failed us on this, disregarding our interests. My patients have taught me that if I treat everyone with dignity, I won't need to defer to others for favors. I challenged you to give it a try. And lastly, we live in a democracy, and as such, we demand that you follow rules, work in transparency, and consider the wider good. When everyone lives in a decent, fair, and respectful way, everybody wins. I ask you today to consider sustainable, alternative, affordable, and timely sources of energy. It is time for you to look in the mirror and apply these lessons to your work. Otherwise, we will vote you out. Thank you.
Hey, ma'am, can I ask you a quick question? Is this your first time here with us today? Do you feel that the increased cost of healthcare and insurance, is it a systemic failure of the system? Is it nefarious? Does it call for taking to the streets about the cost of healthcare at our facilities around Atlanta? Or is it just a part of the inflation happening in the U.S.?
So we're talking about healthcare now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, not about the Public Service Commission?
I just met you, so you don't have to
Well,
answer the question if you don't want.
I am happy. I don't know the ins and outs of healthcare. I also think that healthcare is exceedingly expensive and expensive for those of us that can afford it. And there are people that cannot afford it. The same is true of electricity. Many people can afford to pay for the increases in electricity, and people who cannot have to live in hot houses in the summer, cold houses in the winter. So I think it is a systemic problem. And I think that it's important for citizens to speak up and share what our personal stories are. And as a nurse, I think it's important for me to represent people that are in vulnerable situations.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Gus Hodo. Having trouble reading that one, so correct me. Followed by Griffin Bradley. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. My name is Gus Haydorn. I'm in District 3. I live in Roswell. I've lived there for about 40 years. Georgia has become a very diverse state, but as I understand, you folks are all Republican. Couple of points I wanted to make. One is the insanity of bringing coal from Wyoming to Georgia in a state that has an abundance of free sunshine. And the other is, I think about 41% of your energy is coming from natural gas. And a major problem that we have right now is methane emissions that are coming from a lot of these leaky wells. So you have an opportunity to respond to a lot of these problems that we have that are growing problems. And I encourage you to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Griffin Bradley, followed by Bob James, I'm sorry. Morning. Morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Griffin Bradley. I'm a senior associate of Southeast State Policy Series. Series is a nonprofit organization that works with large businesses and investors to advance market-based solutions to challenges posing risks to economic vitality and resilience. I'm here today to share recommendations that support greater deployment of clean energy as well as resource agnostic technology solutions that can increase grid capacity, improve reliability, and provide ratepayer savings. We support Georgia Power's proposed addition of 3.5 gigawatts of renewable energy by the end of 2030, and we appreciate the state's existing investments in solar to date, but there is a potential for much more. There are major concerns with over-reliance on coal and natural gas to meet rising energy demand. First, volatility in these energy markets limit the ability to accurately forecast costs, whereas clean energy resources, which has seen declining overall costs in the last decade, largely have locked-in cost structures once the decision to build is made and approved. Second, expanded natural gas proposals rely on a supply chain that is greatly overextended, with the three major gas turbine OEMs reporting current 4 to 5 year production backlogs. Regardless of whether you want to see more renewables or more gas, the need for greater investment in our grid is essential to ensure reliability amid growing demand. A variety of cost-effective technology solutions can do just that. Transmission line enhancements such as dynamic line ratings and advanced line flow controls, collectively referred to as grid enhancing technologies or GETs, are proven to reduce energy loss at transmission, increasing grid capacity, efficiency, and resiliency against physical threats. Advanced conductoring provides another opportunity to upgrade existing transmission infrastructure by replacing old lines with more state-of-the-art materials that can carry nearly twice as much electricity. This is a way to cost-effectively maximize the existing grid, allowing for more energy to be deployed without investments in new lines of power plants. To ensure that these transmission technologies are being deployed at all practical opportunities, Georgia Power should regularly submit a comprehensive evaluation of deployment opportunities to the PSC through the IRP process, a practice that has recently been adopted in South Carolina, Ohio, Indiana, and Utah. Greater demand-side management also offers many of these same benefits. Utilization of distributed energy resources, or DERs, such as smart thermostats, battery storage, on-site solar, and managed EV chargers, have enormous potential for grid capacity without major infrastructure investments, also reducing risks due to interconnection delays, as these technologies can be built as quickly as the technology is adopted. Many states are aggregating DERs in the form of virtual power plants, providing an opportunity to reduce participating and non-participating customers' bills. We appreciate that Georgia Power recognizes the potential for GETs and DERs. However, the proposed IRP does not take full advantage of the cost-effective clean energy and modern technology solutions and should be critically reviewed for missed opportunities to affordably meet demand. The state has an opportunity to foster greater private investment and expand grid capacity by creating access to clean energy for commercial and industrial customers. Recent polling shows that 90% of business leaders prioritize access to renewables when investing, with half planning to relocate to markets that offer better access within the next 5 years. With the right investments, Georgia can continue to attract business and boost its economy, all while supporting a more affordable, reliable grid for all of its ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Bob James, followed by Bob Wilkery.
All right, thank you for listening to us and ditto just that. I mean, that was a lot of information. Really appreciate what he was saying, and I appreciate what you guys are dealing with in terms of complexities of all of the integrated resource plan approval. Can you not hear? Okay. So I'm here today to express my appreciation again, but also to express a great concern about accomplishing what so many people have talked about yesterday. I listened to their talks yesterday. I'm hearing some more today. And I think the reason we're here is what I want to talk about. What I've been hearing over the past several months at these hearings is reliability and affordability. Cost is everything. And he just addressed the fact that there is more doability when it comes to renewables. I think there is a tricky business of getting it into the grids, and all of that. But my question for you really is, what do you think it takes to accomplish that? I have done some research a little bit. I am involved with Citizens Climate Lobby. They have, from a federal level, an approach that is to put a price on the external costs of fossil fuel, which is the price on carbon, and increases every year. And so, and right now, look what's happening overseas. You know, we're engaged in a very erratic cost of fossil fuels because of the wars they're in. So my question for you is, what do you think about being able to actually put an external cost onto fossil fuels? And what do you think you could do in this IRP to actually stop the continuing use of fossil fuels for the IRP and the increasing load demand? I tried to do it off the cuff, but that's basically, it's always nervous for me to be here, but I really do appreciate the fact that you are listening. And I hope that this time you can make a stronger statement and make sure that they stay on board. And there are, like they were saying, there are elections coming up. And so there are going to be people, we hope, that will be more advocating, or will be advocating more for clean energy solutions. Thank you for your.
Thank you, Mr. James. I'm having trouble reading that one with Rob Wilkery.
Rob Wilkie, yes.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. Thank you for listening to us today. My name is Rob Wilkie. I've been a Georgia resident my entire life. First I want to apologize. I am going to be one of those people who gets the speech and then walks out. It's not because I have any disrespect for this commission. I will be listening in the rest of the day, as I have been to all these hearings. I just unfortunately have to return to my office and support my coworkers. You've heard from a lot of people that are saying things that I would be repeating. So instead, I think I'll jump to a few points that I really take issue with. You heard a lot yesterday about this, but data centers are extremely energy intensive facilities. Also, the expansion of data centers to support AI is unfortunately still speculative technology. There are a lot of hyperscalers that are walking back from deals. Microsoft walked back from over a gigawatt of deals in spring of this year. So there is still speculation that this is going to roll out the way that a lot of people hyping up AI and data centers are hyping it up. Additionally, making huge expansions to our fossil fuel burning energy infrastructure in order to support this speculative technology, I feel is just dramatically irresponsible. Data centers will not be bringing a lot of jobs to the state. They're not, supported by a huge staff or anything. They're not, going to really be benefiting anyone other than Georgia Power. And that, I think, is the reason why they're interested in porting that business. It is a volatile business, though. Additionally, I could talk a lot about solar. You've heard a lot about how that makes a lot of sense from a energy grid expansion standpoint. Utility scale solar for customers, for residents, and energy storage for that utility scale solar has gotten so undeniably reasonable in terms of the economics and in terms of rolling it out, that I do think it's irresponsible that this commission still hasn't held Georgia Power accountable for not incentivizing that. I visit a city called Hamburg in Germany every year. This city is 20 degrees further north from us on latitude. They receive way less solar power in that city per land area than we do here in Atlanta, but they have a dramatically successful solar power rolled out in that city. And that's because it's incentivized well by their energy companies and by their government. And Germany is cutting back on their CO2 emissions. They've cut back by 60% since 1991. We're actually at the same level that we were at in 1991. And this is all in spite of Germany prematurely, I think, irresponsibly decommissioning all of their nuclear energy, which we have not done. Really, in summary, I think that it is irresponsible that Georgia Power has not incentivized solar on a utility scale level. We don't get any feed-in tariffs. We don't get any benefits for installing it. And it's something that is a direct path, as you've heard from people who've spoken earlier, to establishing a much more affordable and green and sustainable energy grid. Lastly, I just urge you to listen to people who've been talking here today. You've heard from a lot of experts. You've heard from a lot of clinicians who are concerned about the asthma epidemic that's been spreading across children in our state and across the US. And no, Mr. Eccles, that's not caused by parents smoking in their car or by MARTA buses, as you seemed to insinuate yesterday. And lastly, we also even heard from a former Dallas Cowboy. And yes, Commissioner Pridemore, he was a former Dallas Cowboy. He was on the 1976 roster. You can look it up. And I think it was very indecorous of you to accuse him of lying when he was in front of this commission. That was not very fitting of your position. And I think that was irresponsible. And I think you owe Mr. Spivey an apology. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
His name's Mr. Spivvy and he's not on the roster. Just check the internet. And look, we're gonna ask you something, sir. We're gonna-
6'2" linebacker. Look it up and stop accusing people of lying. It's
Sir,
irresponsible.
Sir,
Thank you.
I don't think Mr. Pridemore told Mr. Spivey he was lying.
I did not call him a liar.
No.
Look, you guys that get paid to come in here and agitate, you think it's cute? While the rest of us are trying to keep the lights on for the state of Georgia and our country. You guys think it's a game, and it's not. And it's sad. And shame on the people that don't inform you correctly, or shame on you for not paying attention to the hearings yesterday. We're making great investments in solar and GETS. We're doing all the things that you're asking us to do, but yet you stand up there and chide us and accuse us and lie about us. Just, while the rest of us are being adults and running things, you might want to try it yourself.
All right. Catherine Brock, followed by Lisa Coronado. Good morning.
My name is Catherine Brock. I recently graduated from Decatur High School and future UGA freshman. In 2024, The Guardian reached out to top IPCC climate scientists, approaching every contactable author or review editor of IPCC reports since 2018. They had an astonishingly high response rate, about 50%. These scientists indicated that they are left feeling hopeless, infuriated, and scared by the failure of their governments to act despite the clear scientific evidence provided. They expressed grave concern about the potential of reaching climate tipping points, where a tiny temperature increase tips crucial parts of the climate system into collapse, such as the Greenland ice sheet, the Amazon rainforest, or key Atlantic currents. Here are some quotes from these scientists. Number one, it is the biggest threat humanity has faced, with the potential to wreck our social fabric and way of life. It has the potential to kill millions, if not billions, through starvation, war over resources, or displacement. None of us will be unaffected by the devastation. Number two, authorities will be overwhelmed by extreme event after extreme event. Social food production will be disrupted. I could not feel greater despair over the future. Number three, all of humanity needs to come together and cooperate. Unfortunately, climate change has become a political wedge issue. I wonder how deep the crisis needs to become before we all start rowing in the same direction. And number four, climate change is an existential threat to humanity, and lack of political will and vested corporate interests are preventing us from addressing it. I do worry about the future my children are inheriting. Climate scientists are so frustrated and despairing because they know that this future is not written in stone. As the UN Secretary General stated last June, all depends on the decisions that our elected leaders take or fail to take, especially within the next 18 months. It's truly awful and unforgivable that data centers and their frenzied rush to cash in on the AI boom and Georgia Power and their desire to make the most profit from this situation would choose to do so in a way that is detrimental to society as a whole, that shifts so many harms and costs onto our current generation and future ones. It would be so much worse for you, their regulators, let them get away with it. You who have the authority invested in you by Georgia State's rules and codes to deny this plan and require an alternative if it is not in the public interest. Thousands of Georgians have reached out to you, pleading with you to exercise that authority. Thank you.
Good luck in Athens.
Thank you. Good luck.
Good luck. Lisa Coronado, followed by Bo Barber. Morning, Ms. Lisa.
Good morning. I wasn't planning on talking today, but then I woke up this morning remembering the time when Commissioner Pridemore suggested that, given my passion about climate change, maybe I should go to China to advocate with them. And I'm really worried that that type of thinking, that deflects blame and responsibility, could lead to all of you making devastating choices related to this IRP. Because it ignores the role that the United States and companies like Georgia Power have played in creating the climate mess that we are already in. And it ignores the key role that that they could play in the future to prevent additional catastrophic warming. It is true that China has passed the US to become the largest annual emitter of greenhouse gases. The US still retains the #2 position though, and our per capita emissions are far higher than those of China. There are many analyses that China, indeed no country, will ever surpass us with regards to our cumulative greenhouse gas emissions. And that was before the current administration started to roll back clean energy initiatives and act to prop up the fossil fuel industry. Also, US companies and politicians have for decades actively worked to prevent national and international action to set effective policies that would limit greenhouse gas emissions. So we shouldn't be pointing fingers to other nations. We need to take responsibility and take action. And as such a powerful nation, we have the potential to put the pressure on other nations to take action as well. But this will only happen if we lead by example. Every fraction of degree of additional warming will have increasingly catastrophic climate change impacts. Requiring Georgia Power to follow the urgent warnings for the global scientific community and rapidly transition to clean energy will of course not solve the problem in its entirety. But such actions will make an impact. Such actions will save lives, will protect health, will prevent suffering. They'll save us money. I hope that you exercise the authority that you have as specified in Georgia state rules and regulations to act in the public interest. It is not in the public interest to allow data centers in Georgia Power to maximize its profits through increasing its reliance on polluting climate warming fossil fuels while clean and affordable energy alternatives exist. You really need to listen to the climate scientists and take the needed action, which I'm sorry, you are not taking right now. It's just a scientific fact that you're not following their body. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malone. Bo Barber.
Ms. Coronado, I stand by what I said about China. They emit more greenhouse gases than any country. And I think that as 93% of solar parts and pieces are still manufactured in China, you ask us to be able to buy their materials, which are being produced off of coal power. So I stand by it. You might disagree, but they are still emitting more greenhouse gases than any other country on the planet. Will we continue as a country and as a state to make reductions in that? We're the home of the largest clean energy plant in the country. We are #4 in solar. And by the way, those solar parts and pieces, 93% of them are manufactured in the nation of China off of coal power. So you might disagree, but I stand by what I said, and I feel the need to defend myself as you continue to call me out.
I would appreciate if you would listen to what the IPCC and the international climate agreements are saying we need to do right now to prevent catastrophic climate warming. And you will, as you compare your actions with what they are recommending and saying, you will find that we are severely lacking. And true, I agreed with you. China is the biggest annual emitter right now, but the US is the biggest cumulative emitter. And there are many analyses. All I can say is look it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barber. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Reverend Bo Barber II, and I am the pastor of Prospect AME Church. I'm also the Social Action Commission Chair for the 6th Episcopal District of the African Methodist Episcopal Church here in Georgia. I come before you today on behalf of Bishop Leon Mitchell, the presiding prelate of the 6th Episcopal District, which is the state of Georgia. I am inspired to share with you today the details of a pioneering clean energy initiative that is now underway across the state. Respectfully request your support in ensuring that our efforts will benefit not only our congregations, but the broader surrounding community. The AME Church has launched an ambitious statewide initiative to install solar plus storage microgrids to our churches. With over 400 church locations, our network has the potential of being a significant force for energy resilience and independence throughout Georgia. These churches are not just places of worship, they are vital community spaces, they are lifelines, they are places where individuals meet for various reasons. And when extreme weather occurs, our churches serve as shelters, information hubs, distribution points, and also backup power. However, without reliable backup power, our ability to serve the community is limited. Our vision is clear. Every church should have the ability to power essential equipment, such as heating, cooling, and other essential equipment year-round, Wi-Fi, communications, infrastructure, and to keep the communities connected with lights and safety freezers, refrigerators, and so forth. Sustaining these critical systems over any meaningful period requires substantial battery storage and robust solar arrays. For many of our churches, these needs will exceed the company's proposed 250 kilowatt limit for the solar plus battery storage pilot program. This isn't due to our systems being wasteful or oversized, but rather because the scale of our mission demands greater capacity. By enforcing this cap, the pilot program effectively excludes churches ready and willing to provide vital resilience services from participating in the program that would amplify their impact. This is a missed opportunity for everyone, including Georgia Power. We're asking about a network of 400 churches, with a network of about 400 churches with the potential to generate over 34 gigawatt hours of clean energy annually, enough to power more than 3,000 homes. Limiting participation cuts off the potential and leaves grid value and community resilience on the table. If the commission is committed to supporting energy equity, reliability, and innovation, we urge you to revisit the cap. Regardless of the cap, we will gladly comply with any export restrictions required to protect the integrity of the energy system. Faith-based communities like ours are stepping up with scalable, shovel-ready projects to serve the public good. We ask that the pilot program be designed to allow the partners with utilities and local communities and to expand our members and communities' trust. We thank you for your time and consideration. We look forward to working together to build a more resilient, equitable, and reliable energy future for Georgia. Thank you.
Reverend. Appreciate you. Was there anyone else that came in and didn't get signed up? Yes, sir. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Jay McAuliffe. I'm a resident of DeKalb County. I'm here to share my concerns about Georgia's reliance on natural gas. The IPCC has stated we must rapidly transition away from burning all fossil fuels to avoid levels of warming that will lead to truly catastrophic climate change impacts. This includes natural gas. While burning natural gas produces about half the carbon dioxide compared to coal, it still generates substantial CO2. However, 75 to 95% of natural gas is methane, a far more powerful greenhouse gas in the short term than CO2. Our understanding of the danger of methane to the climate, and therefore the danger of natural gas, has grown substantially in recent years. A peer-reviewed study published in July 2023 found that it takes as little as 0.2% of natural gas to leak to make it as significant a driver of climate change as coal. This threshold is extremely difficult for utilities to maintain and monitor, leaving only a tiny margin of error for a gas, which is notorious for leaking from fuel sites, processing plants, and pipes that transport natural gas to power stations, homes, and kitchens. The scale of this problem is alarming. A Stanford-led research study recently reported that methane emissions leaks from a large share of U.S. oil and gas facilities averaged 3% of total volume, 15 times more than that critical 0.2% threshold. The problem extends beyond industrial facilities. Another Stanford study, published in July 2022, focused on methane emissions from gas stoves in the home. They found that the average natural gas stove emits an estimated 0.8 to 1.3% of the gas used as unburned methane, 4 to 6.5 times that 0.2% threshold. And more than 75% of this leakage occurs while the stove is turned off. There are also super emitter events that dramatically compound the problem. Using advanced satellite technology, researchers estimated that a large gas well leak in Ohio in 2018 released more methane over the just 20 days than some European countries emit in a typical year. Given these and other findings, we should not be increasing our reliance on natural gas, particularly when affordable clean energy solutions exist. The narrow margin between natural gas being cleaner than coal and being equally or even more damaging to our climate makes it an unreliable bridge fuel in our transition to clean energy.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I apologize for overlooking you.
No, no problem.
Was there anyone else? All right, well, thanks again for taking the time to be here. And we'll take a short break. We'll see everybody back in here at 10:25 and we'll get started with the hearing. right, good morning again. We'll get started where we left off, and this is day 2 of the rebuttal hearings. And we've got panel number 2 on deck, and at this time, Georgia Power, you will swear in your panel.
Good morning, Commissioners. Allison Pryor for Georgia Power Company. At this time, I'd like to call Georgia Power Company's next panel of witnesses on rebuttal, Dr. Bepler, Ms. Goff, and Mr. Mallard. Witnesses, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Each of you previously testified in this IRP docket, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and Ms. Goff, would you once again please state your full name, employer, and job description for the record?
Carly Jones McCloskey Goff. I'm the Director of Demand Planning and Analysis for Southern Company Services. My team is responsible for economic analysis, demand side planning, and the system costing function.
And Dr. Bepler?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ross Bepler. I'm the Load Flexibility and Analysis Manager for Southern Company Services, where I support Georgia Power in the design and evaluation of customer-sided dispatchable programs.
And Mr. Mallard?
Hey, I'm Wilson Mallard. I'm the Director of Renewable Development for Georgia Power Company. In that role, I lead a team responsible for renewable policy, planning, and program design for Georgia Power Company.
Thank you. Ms. Goff, on June 9th of this year, did you pre-file or cause to be pre-filed 24 pages of rebuttal testimony in question and answer format in this docket?
Yes.
And are there any corrections that you need to make to your testimony today?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same as they were provided in your pre-filed testimony?
Yes.
Chairman Shaw, the court reporter has been provided a copy of the pre-filed rebuttal testimony, and I now ask that the rebuttal testimony of this panel be copied into the record as if given here today.
So Mark?
If I can move that into evidence as Exhibit 28. With your permission, I'd like Ms. Goff to give a summary of the panel's testimony.
Go ahead. Good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. We appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. Our panel is here on rebuttal to respond to the testimony of public interest advocacy staff and various interveners as it relates to the company's demand side management or DSM proposal, renewable procurements, and customer program offerings. In this proceeding, the company set forth a DSM plan developed in accordance with the commission-approved DSM program planning approach and in collaboration with the DSM working group. Georgia Power's proposed case seeks to achieve a savings target of 0.75% of retail sales in compliance with the Vogel Prudence Order by focusing on energy savings from the residential and commercial classes. If adopted, the company's proposed case is projected to result in, on average, approximately 224 megawatts of peak demand reduction and 741 gigawatt hours of energy reductions annually for 2026 through 2028. The company continues to support offering DSM programs that minimize upper pressure on rates and maximize economic efficiency, especially as these programs contribute to high customer satisfaction. The commission should also approve the company's renewable RFP process enhancements and proposed customer program updates. Staff is supportive of the company's requests, which demonstrates not only the reasonableness of the proposal, but also Georgia Power's continued effort to obtain and incorporate feedback from RFP and program participants and other stakeholders. The proposed enhancements to the utility scale and distributed generation RFPs, including flexible CODs, submission refresh process, and the customer identified resource option, appropriately respond to customer and bidder needs. These enhancements also increase the likelihood that procurements will meet commission-approved RFP targets and help to address growing customer interest in and access to more renewable resources with continued commitment to maximize benefits to all customers. The commission should not accept intervener requests for specific changes to the terms and conditions of the company's renewable RFPs and pro forma contracts in this proceeding. The company's proposed RFP enhancements are responsive to dynamic market conditions, and detailed suggestions for more specific revisions will be appropriately considered in individual RFP processes.
Regarding the proposed customer programs, the commission should approve the customer-sided solar plus storage pilot program with the modifications described in our rebuttal testimony. The solar plus storage pilot was developed following the 2023 IRP update and was designed following a review of current market best practices and input from stakeholders. The program design appropriately considers the incentives needed to drive participation, practical pilot limitations, and provides an opportunity for the company to learn and solicit feedback from two distinct participation pathways. As more information is gained from the pilot, additional program modifications will be considered, if needed, to encourage the long-term success of this initiative for customers. The commission should also approve the vehicle to grid pilot program, the company's proposed changes to its distributed energy resource programs, including approval of the new large customer-owned resiliency program, and the proposed modifications to the customer-connected solar program, all of which were unopposed by parties to this case. The company's renewable RFPs, customer programs, and DSM plan are increasingly important as the company explores all options to meet growing customer needs. Stakeholder feedback has informed our proposals in this case, and we will continue to work with our customers and the commission to develop solutions that provide value to all customers. The company requests that the commission approve its DSM plan and application, as well as the RFP enhancements and customer programs set forth in the IRP main document and is modified by our rebuttal testimony. We are happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
The witnesses are now available for questions from commissioners and cross-examination.
Commissioners? Georgia Public Service Commission.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, panel.
Good morning. Morning.
I have a couple of questions. I want to begin with, Chris Pilato on behalf of Georgia Public Service staff. A couple of questions regarding solar plus storage, specifically the company directed. So first, let me ask, Dr. Bepler, are third parties allowed to participate in the pilot?
Yes, so as we've stated in the main document, and I think clarified in some of the hearings, we will be allowing third parties to participate. It is open and ownership agnostic at this point.
Thank you for clarifying that. And I understand that the company has adopted several recommendations put forward by staff and other interveners, one of which is that the battery will no longer have to be charged exclusively by the renewable resource and can now be grid charged. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that's directly in response to some of the feedback that we heard as part of staff and intervener recommendations.
In the original pilot, company directed option had to be paired with renewable resource because that was the only way for the battery to be charged. Just to clarify, continue to clarify, the company is now proposing to remove the grid charging restriction. Is that correct?
We would be removing the restriction on grid charging. We do still anticipate that those systems participating in the company directed option would continue to need to have solar, and that would be the primary vehicle to charge those batteries. But we have opened the door to instances where they could be grid charged to help maximize the value of those resources for both participating and non-participating customers.
Can standalone storage resources participate in the?
Chris, will you talk closer to that mic and speak up more, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Bepler, can standalone storage resources also participate in the company directed option?
Not in the company directed, no. Still available to participate in the customer directed, which would be the owners or operators directing the use of those. But for the company directed option, we would still have the requirement that those be paired with solar.
Can you explain why it's not the same for both?
Yes, so commissioners, when we look at these two different pathways, one with the customer directed model where the owner and operator is going to have more agency over the use of those assets outside of those discrete events. to the extent that they want to be using the grid to charge those batteries, because that provides them value, we're open to that, and that allows them some flexibility. In the company-directed model, where we would be dispatching the assets based on more of system conditions, we don't want to signal that there's going to be a reliance on grid charging, because ultimately that will be customers purchasing our product. And so we've opened up some flexibility to allow specific instances where that would be allowed, but the majority of the time, we anticipate that those battery resources would still be charged by the on-site solar.
Is it correct that the company has not selected an implementation partner for the solar plus storage pilot?
That is true. And as we spoke to in the direct hearings, we do have plans to issue an RFP to the market following hopefully the approval of this pilot program to select that implementation partner.
And this partner would help the company design a successful implementation plan for the pilot, correct?
That's correct. And that's not dissimilar to what we do, and Witness Goff can speak to the process on the DSM side as well. So we would imagine doing something very similar for the solar plus storage implementation.
And in Witness Goff's preamble here, she mentioned that the company will continue to take feedback from interested stakeholders and to help put forward the best possible program options for our customers. I'm not quoting her, but I believe that was just what she said, correct?
Yeah, and I think that's consistent across the panel as part of this process, is that we have been trying to talk to various stakeholders in the development of these programs, both in terms of renewables and DSM, certainly in solar plus storage. And we will continue to do that going forward, because ultimately we want these programs to be successful for the customers and drive value for the system as a whole.
Would you agree that the solar plus storage pilot design elements are currently all, for lack of a better word, conceptual and subject to change when the company files for the solar plus storage pilot program for approval, considering how you are continually taking in feedback and open to changes?
I'm terribly sorry. I missed the middle of that. You wouldn't mind
Sorry.
repeating.
Still finding my sweet spot here.
Understood.
Okay. To clarify, the solar plus storage pilot design elements are all conceptual, subject to change when the company files for solar plus storage pilot program approval, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that. I think what we're asking for in this proceeding is approval of the specific program elements that we've defined and the structure as it's been laid out. We have acknowledged that there's some additional details that still need to be fleshed out as part of the implementation process. And so those would come in a subsequent program filing, but we're not looking to sort of relitigate the structure of the pilot in that subsequent proceeding.
Just to add to that, just to add, commissioners, it'd be very similar to the way that our renewable programs have been approved conceptually in the IRP, in prior IRPs, and then more details approved in a specific program filing that comes afterwards. That really is the same structure that we're looking at this time. As Dr. Bepler said, the fundamental elements of the program are not going to be subject to change. We feel pretty good about those, but there still would be opportunities to tweak some of the details in the final program approval before it gets rolled out.
And I was going to echo that, similar to DSM as well, where we have the program design approved, but to the extent the implementer can bring best practices, then we certainly want to get the best practices that we can before we implement.
So you are seeking commission approval of the fundamental design elements, are still open to changes regarding some of the details. That'd be a better way to say it.
I think anything that we've specifically laid out here, we would be requesting approval for. As we've noted, there's some details about, specifically how customers would enroll and things like that, that we need information from that implementation partner for, and certainly the development of things like customer agreements and all of those things, which haven't been laid out in this document. Those would be subject to working with our implementation partner and certainly taking feedback from others. But the specific elements that have already been defined, we would want to lock those in as part of the structure of the pilot.
In your rebuttal testimony, you recommended that the incentive structure and levels, the upfront 750 kW per kW, $750 per kilowatt for company directed and $1.50 per kilowatt hour for customer directed not be modified at this time, correct?
Are you on a specific page number, please?
I
Counselor?
am, and I probably should have let you know first. My apologies. Page 18, lines 15 through 18.
Yes, I see that.
To restate my question, you recommend that the incentive structure and levels, which is $750 company directed and $1.50 per kilowatt hour for customer directed, not be modified at this time, correct?
That is correct.
Can you describe the 75% shared savings model and how using this approach protects non-participating customers?
Absolutely. So we touched a little bit on this in the direct hearings, commissioners, but this is consistent across our portfolio of DER options where we want to ensure that these programs are delivering value, not just to participating customers, but also to non-participating customers. And so we use a 75% shared savings approach such that 75% of the avoided costs that we're capturing through deploying capacity as part of this program is directly paid as an incentive to a participating customer. But 25% of that value is then retained to benefit all non-participating customers as well, so they're getting value. And that can help to cover things like program administration costs and other costs which aren't directly recovered, but it also adds value generally and makes this an appealing option that is improving system efficiency for all of our customers.
Moving one page forward, so this is page 19. I want to direct your attention to line 17 through 19. In your rebuttal testimony, you state here that customers taking service under a TOU rate can receive additional economic benefit in the solar plus storage pilot program.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah, additional economic benefit for customers. That's line 19. Can you describe how participating customers can receive this additional economic benefit?
Absolutely. So as part of the operation of these solar plus storage resources, there's the ability to shift usage from peak times, which are likely correlated with high time of use times, into off-peak times. And through that, customers have the ability to save money because they're now using lower priced energy from off-peak times as opposed to purchasing energy at those high priced peak times.
And this economic benefit, this is in addition to the incentive they'll receive for participating in the pilot program, correct?
That is correct. So this will not impact the upfront or the ongoing pay for performance incentives, which are in the customer directed option directly related to those company event dispatches.
Do you agree that by requiring customers to take service under certain rates in order to participate in the pilot program, that could negatively impact their participation?
I don't agree with that. I think actually participating customers are going to potentially be better off by participating on TOU rates, in part because of the line of questioning you just asked about. Those provide the opportunity for those customers to recognize additional value because they're shifting energy from high price times to low price times. So we actually think this is something that should be attractive to participants in this program, is going on a rate that has a TOU or demand signal.
And have you read the staff panel testimony of Ms. Barber, Mr. Kaduk, and Mr. Bauer?
Yes.
And are you aware that more than 75% of residential customers who currently have solar plus storage installed at their home currently are on the R rate, which is a rate that would be prohibited by the company guidelines?
Yes.
Are you aware of any instances the commission has ever required a customer to be on a certain rate schedule in order to participate in a pilot program?
I can't say I'm directly familiar with commission policy, but I think this is consistent with sort of the company's long held position that energy only rates, those volumetric rates are not appropriate for customers with behind the meter resources. And again, I'll just state that we actually think it's beneficial for customers participating in this program to be on a rate with a TOU or demand-based signal so that they can stack those additional advantages on top of the incentives directly available for participation.
Let me jump in and ask you about marketing to these customers. I've been on your TOU rate before in my Winterville house. I've been, a broken record about TOU and prepay, for 15 years. It's very difficult to get people to take that challenge. I think solar and battery people probably have a greater propensity, to do it. But how can you reach out to them if we approve this and let them know? It's going to take more than just a note at the bottom of their bill, right?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Commissioner, and a couple of points. One, I think there's still a lot of optionality available to customers. So in the residential arena, we're only saying that there's a single rate that they can't participate on. There's loads of other options for them to meet their specific needs. The second is, as you alluded to, we think customers who are installing solar plus storage are likely to be that subset of customers who are particularly engaged and well-informed. And so they likely are aware of some of these additional options. And to the extent that they're not, I think there's an opportunity for the company and our implementation partner working with developers and others to help inform them on the benefits associated with some of the alternative rate options.
And I'll just add to that, Commissioner, what we're talking about here is building off of the longstanding fundamental of sending price signals to customers in hopes that they can modify their usage and reduce their overall cost of the system, and then sharing those benefits, both in that customer having a lower bill and lower total cost of the system. A customer that adds battery energy storage is going to be very well situated to be able to shift their usage by charging and discharging the battery based on those time periods. And furthermore, as Dr. Beckler said, when the company discharges the battery in the company directing, it's almost certainly in the summer going to be during a high load period that's during that on-peak period. So even if the customer is not directly controlling the battery, they're likely going to receive some benefits as the battery discharges and reduces their purchases from the grid during that high cost period. So really marrying a couple of concepts here, shifting of load based on price signals, plus a customer-sided solar and storage facility. And we think that design is going to be hopefully well received. Onus will be on us and our implementation partner to market that and to work with the installer community here in Georgia to make sure that those benefits are made aware to customers and that we get interested customers to participate.
Would you be open, if we approve this, to hosting something maybe in the fall at your headquarters for the Georgia Solar Association, their members, their installers, salespeople in one of the larger rooms there, where you walk them through this, show them the numbers, show them the different tariffs available? Is that something y'all might be open to doing?
Absolutely. And that's something we've done before. We've had workshops a few times in the past where we've invited the installer community in. We don't have the implementation details worked out yet, but that's absolutely something that we would do probably in person and maybe potentially with virtual participation options as well. Make sure you're right that the solar installers and developers that are going to be out there sitting across from kitchen tables with customers have all the right facts and information so that they can make a compelling sale to the customer.
Thank you.
Just to restate though, 75% of customers would be ineligible to enter the pilot.
No, that is not correct.
Okay,
So
well-
75% of customers would need to change their rate to be eligible to participate. And they have a large variety of options which they could select, which would make them eligible for participation.
And hey, let me just add one more thing too. Counselor asked about rate requirements for particular programs. Maybe not a pilot, but certainly I can think of multiple instances of specific rate requirements for programs for customers to participate. One that comes to mind right now is the community solar program that is specifically for GS and R customers. But that's sort of normal, and at times, depending on the program design, may be needed to have a rate requirement or restriction in order to ensure proper cost allocation, recovery, and fairness for all customers.
And if you'll allow me one more other example, the idea of leveraging technology to get on those 2 periods. We're currently doing the EV managed charging pilot. I think that y'all are aware of that one. And while it's not done, we have noticed that there are quite a few customers on that pilot that are kind of optimizing around the COD rate already. So again, that's a different technology, that's electric vehicles, but the idea that the customers who are going to adopt these technologies, maybe wanting to go on that, again, for their benefit as they kind of optimize around those COD periods.
I want to switch gears to the CARES program. And flip to page 22 of your testimonies. Alec?
Yes, I'm there.
On lines 15 through 17, you state that the company proposed, quote, an updated pricing methodology for the hourly energy credits to reduce financial risks to non-participating customers through reimbursement thresholds. Can you explain how the company proposes to calculate reimbursement thresholds?
Yeah, so the reimbursement threshold calculation methodology is something that hasn't been developed yet. That would be developed as part of the compliance filing and with feedback from staff and stakeholders. But conceptually, commissioners, what we're talking about is a methodology that would ultimately cap or limit the total amount of compensation that a participating customer might get through their subscription. So the way, just a reminder, the way the program works is a customer pays a subscription price based on the value, the cost of the PPA, and he gets a credit back based on the hourly marginal cost of the company and the multiplied times the solar energy production. And so the company, in studying potential future impacts to non-participating customers, we became aware that there's a chance that a participating customer, if the avoided cost were to go higher than projections, their credit could be more than their subscription cost. And if that were to happen, that could create shifted costs to other customers. So the exact methodology has not yet been developed. We're thinking about a cap, as Mr. Collado said, maybe even a cap and a collar where there might be an upper bound and a lower bound to sort of share in that allocation of risk between participating customers and non-participating customers. But it's something the company feels strongly about is necessary in order to protect against potential long-term negative impact to non-participating customers.
But this positive cash flow that these might have would increase subscriptions. I mean, we've had, issues with our community solar of fulfilling all the subscriptions. And it's kind of what Walton EMC did with their cooperative solar at the beginning when they pioneered it and put it on their own land. It was positive cash flow more than negative. And it caused that area around Walton EMC to fill up not one, not two, but 3 different iterations of the project. It was priced attractively. So, why are you wanting to run from that?
I'm not, and I hope make sure I clarify my testimony. It's not that there can't be any benefit by participating customers, but reasonable limits in how we calculate and deliver those credits that would limit, maybe a windfall for a customer. So, no, and Commissioner, it might work differently for residential customers than it would for larger C&I customers as well. There definitely would be the potential for customers to benefit. What we're talking about is putting in a little bit of a stop or an insurance policy just to ensure that we don't get wildly out of the bounds of what we predicted and create negative impact for non-participating customers.
Has the company provided proposed changes to the CARE subscription methodology for calculating those thresholds?
No, we have not. We would anticipate those details would be included in the updated CARES program filing, assuming our enhancements are approved in the IRP.
Okay, so assuming your enhancements are approved in the IRP, but you are not requesting specific approval by the commission on this issue as part of this IRP, correct?
Yeah, we have not provided the specific methodology for the calculation as part of one of our requests in the IRP.
Will parties have the opportunity to provide comments regarding any proposed reimbursement thresholds once the company has finalized the proposal?
Yes, and to reiterate what Dr. Bepler and Ms. Goff have said already, feedback is a critical part of our process. I feel like in this IRP particularly, we've engaged in the most opportunities for feedback from the marketplace that I can remember in my 20+ years working on renewable programs and procurements. And so absolutely open to feedback unofficially. And then if memory serves, these program guidelines are generally approved in an energy admin session, commissioners. So that would be another opportunity for all interested stakeholders to get their positions on the record and to have their input considered in the final program design.
And my final question will regard the DSM strategy. We could move to page 5 of your testimony, so.
Page 5.
On page 5, I'm sorry, I don't have a specific line number, but you state that the supply side case is an administrative burden. Has the company quantified the additional cost to develop that case?
No, we haven't. And when we talk about administrative burden, I think what we're really trying to express is there's only so many resources, both from a company, staff, and intervener perspective. There's only so many hours in the day. And so I think that we all want to be putting effort towards things that provide the most value to customers. And through a couple of different iterations of analyzing the supply side scenario, what we found is that the DSM program planning approach is really the superior way to design these programs. It provides the most robust feedback. It provides the most robust portfolio of options for customers. And what we've really found is that you can't replicate the culmination of all that experience with a computer alone.
Would you agree that since the company has modeled this type of case once, it should be easier to conduct this model in the future?
So we have modeled this multiple times now. We did it through the white paper coming out of the 2019 IRP. We also did 2 different economic scenarios in this IRP. Certainly we can look for efficiencies, but again, it's really about opportunity costs. Are the hours that we're all putting into this the most value added for customers? And again, our stance is the DSM program planning approach is still the superior way that provides the most benefits to the customers of Georgia.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I think to remind commissioners, part of the challenge we saw in the supply side case was that it made decisions which weren't necessarily consistent across different model versions. And it also picked results and programs which wouldn't be feasible to implement in the market. And so for those reasons, that, among others, that Ms. Goff has stated, we just don't know that it's adding a lot of value in the process to customers, or no intervening parties that have recommended it. And so we think that, using the DSM planning approach that's been approved by this commission for a number of cycles now is a superior methodology.
You mentioned the 2019 IRP, but did the company provide a supply side case as part of its 2019 IRP?
We supplied a white paper. And so again, if you go back, the history of the supply side scenario, we've been at this for almost 6 years now. In the white paper, the modeling actually shows less than what the technical potential study was showing. But again, we proved technically we can do it. But again, in the white paper, it was choosing less. In this IRP process, in one scenario, it was choosing more, but it was to the tune of about probably, I think, close to $800 million a year in annual budgets. And then in another economic scenario, it was choosing less and actually had only one residential program, the residential behavioral program. So again, it was multiple iterations. Technically, we can do it, but there's quite a few implementation challenges, as Dr. Bepler talked about. And again, just doesn't have the robust feedback that the DSM program planning approach collects.
And I'll also just add, it also didn't select the residential DR program. And that's something that I think is an important part of the portfolio, especially we've heard a lot of comments about the value of load flexibility and a number of recommendations for VPPs or similar type programs. That's an example and one that's been successful and we've scaled over time. And commissioners, we talked a little bit about yesterday the calling on programs and utilizing that load flexibility. Today's a perfect example. We do have a temp check event scheduled for this afternoon. And that will be providing value and capacity to the system. It's recognized on the resource ledger. The distinction between that and what may have been occurring and due for other markets that we talked about yesterday is those are customers that have voluntarily signed up for a program and they're being compensated. There's an incentive associated with their participation. And then we reflect that on the resource ledger, which defers other assets.
So of those, I guess we've got 25,000 and in the process of adding another 25, right?
We are actually close to the 50,000 that were approved in the 23 IRP update. I think somewhere in the mid 40,000 devices that are now enrolled.
And when that event happens, is that going to be around 4 o'clock today or a little bit later?
I believe it's scheduled subject to check for 4 to 6 p.m. today.
And so that will free up around 30 or 32 megawatts.
That's correct.
Yeah. And that's something they've signed up for, high customer satisfaction. We've doubled it. If we get through this hot summer, do you anticipate us being able to continue to grow that program, or do you feel like it's at the top of this game?
Yeah, Witness Goff can speak to this, but I think as part of the company's proposed case, we've requested to increase that to 150,000. So triple it even after the doubling in the 23 IRP update. In part because we have seen high customer satisfaction and success with this program.
And I believe that's about 100 megawatts, give or take, if we can get up to that 150,000 device level.
And so the smart meter investment that was made, the smart thermostat investment on the marketplace, that enables us to do this. Couldn't do it without.
That's right. And the other thing I'll highlight is the company's made investments in the utility-centric DERMS platform, and that will enable us to even further leverage these distributed energy resources to potentially other use cases and more value streams going forward.
And Austin Utilities, for all their Texas braggadociousness about how sustainable they are, they can't make their program work like we're making it work because of the design. We carefully designed this program, haven't we?
Yeah, I would agree. And I don't think it's specific to this program, but across our portfolio of programs and to give credit where credit is due, we think part of the success of our designs is that we have been incorporating feedback from other stakeholders as part of that process so that we can ensure that we have a series of programs that works for participants while still ensuring value for non-participants.
Great, thank you.
Getting back to the supply side case, would you agree that modeling supply side case gives the company additional data on the cost effectiveness of GSM programs?
I agree that it gives the company data, but again, going back even to the white paper, Georgia Power is already employing a sophisticated demand side approach. So we're already providing very comprehensive modeling, hourly modeling that is going into the existing DSM program planning approach. And so again, it's not that the supply side scenario is not technically possible. We can do it. Our opinion is it's just not the best value add for customers, that we've already got a really sophisticated approach through the existing DSM program planning process.
And would the additional cost to develop that case be prohibitive if this commission did ask for that data for comparative purposes in approving IRP?
No, I mean, again, we will follow the orders of the commission. If the commission would like to continue to see this scenario as part of the scenarios, we will certainly adhere to the orders of the commission coming out of this IRP. We would just argue that, again, it's just, is it that the best value for customers? And our opinion is those hours could be better spent on other things.
Move a couple of pages forward to page 10. and this isn't in your testimony, but I was just so we're on the same page, I wanted to state from the Georgia IRP statute where it says that the commission shall consider lost revenues, if any, challenge risk, and an equitable sharing of benefits between the utility and its retail customers in calculating additional sum for DSM. Under the current commission approved additional sum mechanism, the company receives 9.5% of net present value benefits from DSM programs, and customers receive 90.5% of the benefits, correct?
Okay, so I was looking for the quote on page 10. Can you say those line numbers again?
So I didn't give you a line number. I was just,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I thought it'd be helpful to kind of get you on the page where we're talking about additional
Oh,
sum.
okay, okay,
But I'm actually quoting the IRP statute.
okay, gotcha.
So just to point out that, yes, the commission is going to consider lost revenues and change risks and equitable sharing of benefit between the utility and the retail customers when considering additional sum for DSM programs. And then I wanted to reiterate with you that the company receives 9.5% of the net present value benefits, and the customers receive 90.5% of the benefit under the current commission approved additional sum mechanism, correct?
That's correct.
And under the company's proposed methodology, for any DSM program, whether or not the program provides any net benefits to customers, the company would still receive an additional sum, correct?
Right, the company's proposal is to earn 4 cents on net kilowatt hours saved. That is consistent with the actual approved additional sum that has gone through each of the true-up processes since 2011 to today. And so the company's proposal, and since the company can value every kilowatt hour the same, it's less administratively burdensome than the existing process that we have today. And again, provides kind of more stability in the metric going in than the current process.
You said that the 0.4, I'm sorry, the 4 cent additional sum is consistent with the past additional sum mechanism.
That's right. That's the cents per kilowatt hour, the average cents per kilowatt hour earned an additional sum since the existence from 2011 till today.
I want to get back to that number in a minute,
Okay, sure.
but before we do that, I wanted to ask if you could explain how the company's proposed additional sum methodology allows for an equitable sharing of benefits between the customer and the company and customers.
Yes, and I believe there might have been a data request on this, where if you look at so TRC is the economic efficiency of the programs, and you look at the benefits associated with that TRC calculation, and you take the additional sum that's being proposed and divide it by those TRC benefits. Again, it's in the data request, but I believe like 95% of that's going back to customers.
Would you agree that under the current commission approved additional sum methodology, the company can implement a DSM program more efficiently and spend less than the approved budget? The cost of the DSM program will decrease.
If you can then say one more time, I'm sorry.
Sure. If the company can implement a DSM program more efficiently than the approved budget, the cost of the program will decrease, correct?
Sure, yeah, if we can implement a program more efficiently on behalf of customers, we absolutely want to do that. And any dollars that we save in that fashion would go back to customers through the annual true-up process.
And therefore you would agree that the company can earn a larger additional sum amount because the net benefits of the programs have increased in that scenario I described.
Under the current methodology, I think it would probably depend on the program. Again, residential programs historically have earned low additional sum based on the current methodology. Our 4 cents on that kilowatt hour saved. And since the company can value all kilowatt hours the same, and again, the current methodology, if you apply that to the proposed case, it's done at a measure level. So we have close to 1,000 measures, I think, in the proposed case. So it's getting that cost and benefit for each measure, getting the company to go through that detail, filing that with the commission and the commission staff to go through that level of detail. So again, that 4 cents is really a lot easier to implement.
I understand. And I understand 4 cents. I understand you mentioned past performance. I'm just talking about the concept that if the DSM program could be more efficient, it would actually benefit the company in the form of a greater additional sum, correct?
So I would say the company is implementing these programs as efficiently as we can, and we will continue to act as prudently and efficiently as we can for our customers.
But with the company's proposed additional sum methodology, if the company can run a program more efficiently and at a lower cost, company's additional sum does not change, given that the company's methodology does not consider the cost benefits of the program, correct?
So again, if you look at the one data request, I believe we looked at the TRC benefits associated with the programs and took additional sum as a ratio to that. And like 95% of those TRC benefits were going back to customer using that math. We want to be efficient for our customers. If we can implement these programs efficiently, we want to do that.
Yeah, and if I'm following your logic here, if we implement a program more efficiently, so given the same budget, we were able to do it more efficiently, we could get more kilowatt hours of savings, which then 4 cents on each additional net kilowatt hour of savings would also provide an incentive above that. So in both frameworks, if the company is able to do so more efficiently, we would have an incentive to do so.
Well, I would agree with the first half that it does in the current framework increase the incentive of the company if the DSM program is more efficient, but the company's proposed additional sum methodology removes that incentive because it does not consider the cost and benefits of the program. It's just a flat number, correct?
Right, it's a flat cents per kilowatt hour number. It's consistent with what's been approved historically from 2011 to today. It provides more stability in the metric. It's less administratively burdensome to calculate. It still provides an incentive. But again, at the end of the day, being objective, there are a lot of different ways to look at this across the industry. We'll follow the policy of what the commission sets, but we do feel like we have a reasonable proposal for you to consider.
And I think even staff proposes this methodology as it relates to some of the programs. So all the company is saying is we could extend that to all of our programs.
Can I ask a question to the panel?
With
So we're talking about efficiency of this DSM program and the supposition that the company could run it more efficiently. Wouldn't the most efficient thing to be to just do away with it altogether?
If that's the orders of the commission, we'll certainly do that. We do feel like we have a good proposal for the commission. It allows customers to feel empowered to take charge of their energy usage, to contribute to programs that provide efficiency for the grid. And these programs do provide a high degree of customer satisfaction. So we do see a value in DSM. We would like to see these things continue. And we put forward a range of options for the commission to consider, ultimately looking to y'all to help us with the appropriate balance between costs and benefits.
This is a question, but it's not staff's position to do away with DSM. And that is, I'll end there.
Before we move on, I got a couple of questions, probably more suited for Mr. Mallard.
Yes, sir.
On the, first of all, we've heard a lot of positive feedback about battery storage top. Obviously a lot of interest in that. And we were glad to see it as well, but some of the questions around that, Mr. Mallard. So right now, the company's proposing a 50 megawatt cap.
That's right.
Target, thank you. And what's the project size cap, a 250 kW?
For commercial, that's right.
Okay, just given the amount of interest in that program, wouldn't you think if those targets were raised a little bit higher that we would have more customers that would be eligible to participate?
So I'll start and Dr. Beckler can help, but what we've come up with, Mr. Chairman, is what we believe are reasonable targets for a pilot program that will provide enough capacity, enough participation for us to learn, us to roll out the program, partner with market participants, understand customer, how customers view the program and the potential financial impacts to them. We feel really good that 50 megawatts is a reasonable target for the pilot program. As far as the individual limits for customer sites, the commercial one especially, we tie that one to a 250 kW limit that we reference to Georgia Power rules and regs. Any customer-sided DERs larger than 250 kW get studied a little bit differently. The system impact study is required. Witness testing is required. It's kind of a break point that we use already in our interconnection of customer-sided resources. And so we need something. We need a limit there, because if you go beyond that, projects inherently become more complex, take more time, potentially have more impacts to the system that we need to study and be able to mitigate. So the 250 limit we feel is reasonable. Just a note, and Dr. Beppel can add, we do have options for customer-sided solar and storage larger than that. We proposed for our customer connected program, which goes up to 6 megawatts, the addition of storage to that program. So that'll be another option for larger customers to participate in. Works a little bit differently. Instead of being behind the meter, all the energy and capacity from the battery flow out through a separate meter to the grid, and then are paid a fixed cost over the term. But we do have options for larger customers as well, beyond the limits that we propose for solar and storage.
Wouldn't you agree though with, in the pilot that's in this pot, that we would have more participation if we looked at possibly raising some of these caps? Like Reverend Barber mentioned in his comments this morning, there's, I think, 400 properties right there that could be considered.
Yes, but I would guess a lot of them are going to be under 250. 250 is a pretty big limit for a commercial customer. And obviously there's bigger, a big box store, for example, is a megawatt, give or take. So a grocery store can be a little less than that. A large church, a large mega church could be bigger than that. But one of our program design principles around customer sided is that the resources should be sized generally matching the load of the customer in that location. And that's done for a couple of reasons. One is to make sure that the equipment that's already in place can likely not just feed the customer, but also take the generation back to the grid with limited grid upgrades. The other is a consumer protection issue, Commissioner, and to make sure that systems are being installed at customer sites that are to the benefit of the hosting customer, not oversized in a way that might be detrimental to the hosting customer. We've certainly seen that in the residential market, where some customers end up with some systems that are way bigger than what they likely should be hosting at their site.
And Commissioner, I'll just add one thing. I think in the design of the initial limits around this pilot, we've prioritized feasibility for implementation. And when you get those larger projects above 250, Witness Mallard's talked about some of the additional complexity that involves more time, more resources. And so what we're hoping is by putting some of these limits, we can enroll things more quickly, gain some of those initial learnings, and then use that to understand whether we can expand those limits or those targets moving forward in a way that ensures value for all of our customers.
More quickly, but wouldn't more customers be quicker too?
It's a megawatts versus customers. So we're thinking about the greatest need for the greatest number. If we can get more of these systems enrolled and online faster, that provides some advantages and some ability to learn more quickly. Certainly, we have heard and are similarly encouraged that people are excited about the opportunities in the pilot and ultimately want to be able to meet their needs. I think Witness Mallard mentioned there is another complementary program that we've made some modifications to, the CCSP program, which would enable the pairing of solar plus storage for assets 250 kW up to that 6 megawatt threshold. So there are some additional channels available for participation.
What about under the pilot? How would multi-tenant properties be treated in terms of their individual basis or commercial basis?
Right. I think multifamily isn't a class of customers that we look at, but it would fall within our commercial class. So there's probably two options for participation for multifamily. One would be if you have a property where it's individually metered, any of those individual residential customers could participate on their own, whether that's with a standalone storage, or the other option would be a multifamily property that's sort of master meter or has a similar arrangement, might deploy an asset through that commercial pathway, which would be then providing those services to the facility as a whole. Now, I will highlight, there is some additional complexity when you think about solar plus storage on a commercial property and trying to assign that to individual tenants. Witness Mallard can speak to this. We've done some initial look at technology solutions to help enable that. But again, going back to what we stated earlier, there's a lot more complexity involved there. And so in the initial iteration, we think those two elements can help satisfy the demand as we gain more familiarity with some of these technology solutions that may be able to better address solar plus storage at a large multifamily property.
Well, so in terms of you mentioned that they're treated as commercial. Is that on this pilot program? Does that mean, and you're talking about the technology, is the technology available now to separate the energy on a per customer basis?
And just to make sure we're clear, Commissioner, it would depend on whether the individual apartments or condos would be individually metered with an individual customer paying the bill, or whether they might be master metered with an owner of the building that would be a commercial customer that would take service as one single account and then either include that in the rent or somehow otherwise allocate those costs to the tenants in each individual residence. This has been a challenge that Georgia Power has been working on for a few years now, and that is how can we facilitate solar on rooftops of multi-tenant facilities? And so we've been trying to balance what we need to do for fairness for customers, what we need to do policy-wise to make sure we're in compliance with the Territorial Act and safety of our system. As Dr. Bepler alluded to, there are some new technologies that we're looking at now that have potentially the ability to facilitate multi-family solar where that solar could be allocated to multiple tenants in the same premise. Not quite ready to roll that out yet, but we're pursuing that and certainly looking at some other jurisdictions, some other states to see how they're handling the same challenge in other places. So more to come there, but we understand that need. We're attending to it, and we're working on solutions for multifamily for solar.
Well, it's not just the rooftop. I mean, if you, in this pilot, you got the roof, battery and, the rooftop and the storage.
That's right. That's right. And I think the storage could be, I could foresee the storage being a building size battery that's paired with the solar, or even individual tenant, a small battery in each of the tenants' locations in the larger building.
If you've got all this development going on in our state, we talked about the housing shortage. You're seeing more and more multifamily. You're talking about a lot of private capital going into these projects where they can take that private capital, build the battery when they're building this project, and be a participant here and not do away with the 20 kW cap on the per individual, or you look at it per unit and cumulative and really get some participation.
Understood, and that's definitely an opportunity that we're interested in and excited about. And again, just to reiterate, multifamily can participate in the pilot as it stands now with a battery storage device. Additional modifications we'll be evaluating going forward, and that's part of the great nature of the pilot. We're going to take into account what we've learned, what the market feedback is, and we can bring those modifications to the commission as appropriate.
Yeah, and you're talking about being able to bring those to us, not in 2028.
We're committed, as Dr. Bepler continues to remind me as well. We don't have the 50 megawatts, not a cap. It's a target, and we're committed to, if we get a whole lot of response and a whole lot of participation, we'll be back in front of the commission just as soon as we can to modify the program.
Thank you. One final question. You mentioned the third party ownership agnostic in the customer directed program. What about the 10-year contract premises level that's in the company directed? Is that also available in the customer directed?
Yeah, Commissioner, I'm glad you pointed that out. That is one of the modifications that we made in the rebuttal testimony, is to clarify that we would offer a 10-year term for the customer directed option as well.
I saw that. I just wanted to hear you say it.
Fair enough.
All right, thank you.
Let me ask a question about distribution centers. The IKEA distribution center in Savannah, I think, was maybe the first to have a megawatt. And then there was a facility in Athens that had one, but for the most part, everyone every distribution center I talk to, they don't own the facility. They're not interested in making the investment of, I mean, it does represent a substantial amount of flat roofs, you know, in Metro Atlanta. So do you feel like that these customers, and I'm sure you probably had some conversations with them, is it possible that this new program might be of interest to them? And do you have any plans on how to make it more attractive for distribution centers?
Yeah, we're excited about the opportunity with distribution centers, or really any sort of large flat roof that can host solar. And yeah, I think this program could be a good opportunity. The customer connected program could be a good opportunity. We've even seen some of the commercial warehouses participate in the DG RFP. And so what I would envision going forward, again, assuming approval of this basic program design, is these customers having multiple options depending on their particular financial requirements, their particular configuration, how they're served, whether they're the owner, whether they're the tenant. We did get direct feedback, Commissioner, from owners of these warehouses and some of the tenants as well as part of the design process. So yeah, we're really excited. And I would think, given all of those options, that we should be able to provide a really good market opportunity for those that want to host solar on the rooftop.
Any other questions? All right, we'll move along. Advanced Power Alliance. What? Not complaining. Americans for Affordable Clean Energy. Clean Energy Buyers Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, panel. Good to see you all.
Good morning, Mr. Dunbar.
At the direct hearing, I asked you about the possibility of conducting a phase 2 process for customer identified resources as part of the 2025 CARES RFP, which I understand will be issued very soon. And you may recall, you indicated that would be possible. We really appreciated that. Georgia Power just completed the 2023 CARES RFP and filed PPAs for approval on June 5 of this year, correct?
Yes.
And subject to check on the numbers, Georgia Power was seeking 2,875 megawatts, but ultimately selected 5 PPAs totaling 1,068 megawatts, correct?
I think those numbers are exactly right.
And Georgia Power received offers for almost 6,400 megawatts in the RFP. Does that sound right?
Yes.
So there's likely bids that were submitted in the RFP that were not selected on price, but could potentially be selected if a large customer were willing to buy down their price through a subscription. Would you agree with that?
I'd say it's certainly possible. There's a lot more that goes into the selection of bids in the RFP process than price alone. The ability of the project to be interconnected, to be able to deliver that energy on the timelines that we required. And so price is a primary factor, but there are other factors that go in as well. And just to restate what Counselor said, we selected the 5 projects that were deemed to provide the most value for all Georgia Power customers. Those 5 projects total 1,068 megawatts in the 2023 CARES RFP.
Do you know offhand if let's say the 5 bids that didn't make the cut, but were the best of the ones that didn't make the cut, do you know if those were rejected primarily on price or rejected for other reasons?
2 things. One, if I did know, I probably can't remember accurately. 2, I would state that the communication protocols of the 2023 RFP are still in place until that certification proceeding is done. And so speaking specifically about disposition of those bids, it's not something that I'll be able to do.
Okay, fair enough. So given that Georgia Power needs to bring on
new resources as soon as practical. It would be a positive thing if you were able to bring on more resources through the 2023 CARES RFP as customer identified resources, rather than wait to bring on customer identified resources later. Would you agree with that?
No, I don't think so. And here's why. This would be a good time to remind the commissioners of the differences in the RFPs that Georgia Power conducts and this commission approves. We conduct capacity or all source RFPs to procure dispatchable capacity that can keep the lights on, for lack of a better way to say it, and can meet the growing capacity needs of Georgia. Our renewable RFPs are designed to procure valuable renewable energy. They're energy RFPs. They're not dispatchable. Solar by nature, not dispatchable. Solar with storage can add some capacity benefit, but these resources are energy benefiting resources. This commission in its wisdom approved Georgia Power to procure this sort of separate type of resource because our models show that it can benefit customers. It can put downward pressure and provide benefits to customers long term. So because there's a capacity need, those capacity procurements satisfy those capacity needs. Our renewable energy procurements are designed to do just that. Procuring additional energy can help provide some capacity, but it's not the most efficient way to procure that capacity. That's done through the commission approved all source and battery RFPs.
I think it's fair to say we're not quite aligned yet on capacity issue with the customer identified resources option. We'll talk about that in a minute, but any resource that you bring on through the CARES RFP has some capacity value and shows up in your resource ledger, correct?
That's correct, but it's also true that it's not an unlimited ability for the company to add resources to the system. Again, given limits in the RFPs themselves, the market's ability to deliver, the ability of the transmission system to interconnect and deliver those resources. There's finite amount of resources available to interconnect new generation sources.
But you need to bring on a lot of resources in the near term, correct? Just as a general matter.
I just don't, I would ask to be more specific, Counselor, about that. Capacity resources, we have a need. Panel one talked about that specifically in the 8,200 megawatts. We need capacity resources to meet those needs. Our renewable procurements that we proposed are for a different purpose. They're to provide energy benefiting resources to those customers. Now, we absolutely count the capacity, and when it comes along, it does go into the resource ledger, but it's for a different purpose. And so the need to get dispatchable capacity is appropriately planned for and addressed through those capacity procurements.
If Georgia Power were willing and able to bring customer identified resources on sooner rather than later, would you agree that that might encourage some large customers who are currently in the pipeline, but maybe on the fence about committing to Georgia, that might encourage them to choose Georgia?
I would say that's certainly possible. I would, might also be a good time now to recount how Georgia's energy market structure and the low cost and high reliability that we offer by Georgia Power through this commission's leadership is fundamental to making Georgia a great place to do business and for these customers to want to locate here. Renewable resources or carbon-free resources are also an important part of that decision. Additional resources could help meet the needs of additional customers as well. But again, the renewable or the carbon-free element is distinct from the capacity need to add to the system for reliability.
And I'll just add there, commissioners, I think the company has signaled in our main document and then again in our rebuttal testimony through section 10.5 of the main document where we've highlighted that we're willing to meet with customers to figure out unique solutions to their individual needs. I think what Witness Mallard described through the CIR process, you know, is something that we envision in the future being sort of repeatable, scalable, but there may be customer needs beyond that. And we've highlighted that we are willing to work with those customers individually to help satisfy their needs and help attract them to the state.
Thanks. I have a couple questions about that to come. You're aware that it seems possible, if not likely, that federal tax credits for solar and wind might expire sooner than current law has them scheduled to retire.
Yes, we're definitely following that, and I would say that's not unique to the current time that we're in. There's been for the last 10 or 15 years sort of a continuous evolution of the availability of the tax credits, new and different tax credits with different sunset dates that, gosh, they expired completely back in 2017, 2018, then were reinstated. And so it's our steady measured approach that we feel like is the best way to go about procuring resources, commissioners. We're definitely aware of the current situation for policy related to tax credits. We want to make sure our RFPs are as responsive as they can be, but it'd be my testimony that it would be a mistake to try to sort of make a quick pivot because of some pending policy, when in fact we may just be an administration or an election cycle away from policies changing again.
Isn't there some of that's up for debate right now, like with a expected vote in the very near future?
There, last I read is they were trying to get that, the Senate was trying to get passage on that before the 4th of July. I don't know if they're going to make that or not. I can tell you that the language related to renewable tax credits is very different in the House version and the Senate version right now. So more to come on that, Mr. Chairman.
You've been following that, I assume.
Pretty closely.
No one knows the future, of course, but all else equal, the same customer identified resource could be more, it would likely be more cost effective if it came online in the next 1 to 2 years than if it came online in the next 3 to 4 years.
That would be isolating only on the tax credit impact of the total cost of the solar project. So no, I don't think you could say that definitively. So many things go into the total cost of solar, including the cost of the equipment. Current tariff policy is also pretty changeable right now. It's impacting the cost of the solar equipment, supply chain, land costs, other things. And so isolating on the tax credit itself, obviously, if the tax credit goes away or reduces faster, that could increase the net cost to the developer. It may or may not have that same impact on the total cost that Georgia Power might see in responses to our RFPs.
Okay, so maybe my phrase, all else equal, is doing a lot of work there, but it sounded like you agree that all else equal, the same project will be cheaper if it comes online sooner than if it comes online after the tax credits expire.
Yeah.
Right?
And again, I just don't think I'm going to be able to agree, Mr. Dunbar. Some folks may have strategies where they already have panels in place. I think some of it might depend on whether it's a begin construction or become commercially operational. There's just so many moving parts. I mean, what I can agree to is if 30% tax credit is available, the project will be less expensive than if the 30% tax credit is not available.
Thank you. So to get to the heart of this line of questioning, is Georgia Power open to conducting a phase 2 process for customer identified resources as a follow-on to the 2023 CARES RFP that just concluded?
No, I don't think it would be appropriate to the CARES 2023 RFP. That RFP has already concluded. Those PPAs have been put before this commission in certification. I don't think it would be fair to the participants. And I don't think it would be fair to the overall RFP process.
You don't think the runners up, as I might call them, the projects that did not get selected but were maybe close to making the cut, that you think they'd be upset if Georgia Power came back to them and said, actually, we've got some customers willing to buy down the price of your project so your project can move forward after all?
Yeah, we don't support making any changes to the 2023 CARES RFP at this point.
If you could look at your rebuttal testimony on page 23, please.
Yes, I'm there.
Starting at line 13, you respond to SEBA's recommendation that Georgia Power provide a capacity credit to customers who subscribe to clean, firm, customer identified resources. And you argue that Georgia Power procures capacity for the benefit of all customers. And so, as you say, it runs contrary to the regulatory compact to implement this recommendation. You see that? I did. Georgia Power currently offers an option within the CARES program called CARES Carbon-Free Energy Around the Clock. And that appears as Schedule CFE ATC 1. Does that sound right?
Yes, I'm familiar.
And I'd like to take a look at that together. If we might, Mr. Chair, Ms. Warner can approach with an exhibit, please. Go ahead. And I've shared this with our court reporter yesterday and would ask that be marked as SEBA 1.
So more. Thank you.
Just a couple places in this tariff that I want to look at together. On page 1, under description, in that first paragraph, the last sentence starts with "in exchange." Do you see that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat one more time, please?
No problem. On page 1, under description, in that first paragraph,
Okay,
the last sentence starts with the words "in exchange for."
yes, I'm there.
Okay, so I'll read that briefly. Quote, "In exchange for payment of the portfolio price, each participating customer will receive hourly credits and a monthly fixed capacity credit in an amount based on customer subscription level and the corresponding pro rata share of the output of the CARES CFE ATC portfolio as measured in kilowatt hours kWh." End quote. Do you see that?
I do.
Great. And let me pause because I did not lay enough foundation perhaps for this. Are you familiar with this, Sheriff, Mr.
Yes.
Malley?
Yes.
And if I represented to you that this is the version of the tariff available on Georgia Power's website that was downloaded during the pendency of this docket, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
Subject to check.
And so this would be the most, if it appears on Georgia Power's website, it's the most currently available version and it's effective as of now, correct?
That's right.
Great. If you'd please turn the page, page 2 of the tariff. And under the header pricing and bill determination. And there's some math symbols here, but I'll try to keep it high level. Under pricing and determination, pricing and bill determination, there's a formula that's indented there, and that formula sets forth how Georgia Power calculates the monthly charge that applies to a customer that participates in the CARES CFE ATC option. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the monthly charge is what is called portfolio price, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And within that formula, on the second line, you see the words capacity credit month.
I do.
And there's a minus sign that precedes that term, correct?
I do. Yes.
And if you look down below on that same page, that term capacity credit month is defined. Do you see that?
I do.
And that definition is, quote, customers pro rata subscription share in dollars per kW of the CARES CFE ATC portfolio, avoided or deferred generation capacity. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And dollars per kW or dollar per kilowatt is a way to measure the value of capacity, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the price that a subscribing customer pays to participate in the CARES CFE ATC option is reduced by the capacity value
of the resources they subscribe to. Is that correct?
So yes, and this would be a good time to explain a little bit further what the CFE ATC product is, commissioners. This is a product that we put together based on feedback and market need from a lot of the types of customers that Mr. Dunbar represents, where they had a need for carbon-free energy, not just when the sun is shining, but outside of those hours. And so if you think about a commercial customer who may have a relatively flat load and who has a carbon goal, their goal is not just to offset some, not all, but some customers have a goal to not just offset on an annual basis or even a monthly basis, but to sort of offset their carbon hour per hour. And solar alone won't do that. In some other marketplaces, solar, which primarily 100% during the day, wind primarily blows at night, those two resources together can give a customer some coverage for carbon-free energy across a 24-hour period. So without a good wind resource here in Georgia, we responded to this need by filing, and the commission approved as part of CARES, carbon-free energy around the clock. And the basic premise is these solar resources are paired with battery storage. The developer submits the solar plus storage paired together, but they're not submitting a capacity bid. Just to be clear, this is an energy subscription. These are energy purchases. But because battery has to be paired with the solar energy in order to produce some energy after the sun goes down, the batteries really have to be overbuilt. And so some of our analysis showed significant amount of batteries that would have to be paired with solar in order to produce energy. What we're targeting here is, I believe, 80% of the hours would be covered by carbon-free energy. This option exists right now. And in fact, the current 23 CARES RFP that we just filed the 5 PPAs for certification, bidders had the opportunity to respond here. We didn't select any CFE ATC bids. This is still a viable option going forward and is an option for customers who want energy, carbon-free energy, extended beyond the time of day that the sun is shining. The last point I'll make is this is an energy subscription with a capacity credit because of the overbuild of the storage. I think fundamentally this is different than what the company and Clean Energy Buyers Association have been discussing. By our interpretation of what they're asking for capacity resources, clean capacity resources that they could subscribe to, and really a capacity subscription. That's not something that we offer. That's not something that we feel like is congruous with our market structure. We think capacity is shared by all customers, procured in amounts that this commission approves, and is not a resource that rightly should be allocated to any individual customer. That really starts to look a lot like a structure that you might see in a deregulated market, and that's not something that the company supports. We do support energy subscriptions, the REC subscriptions that are based on energy. This particular program also does provide for a capacity credit, which is appropriate in this particular circumstance, but the company is fundamentally opposed to a capacity subscription, even a clean energy capacity subscription concept.
Mr. Mallard, to that point, when you look at Texas in a deregulated market, they're sacrificing reliability in exchange for a full capacity credit on the energy, as long as it meets their public policy goals, their corporate policy goals. What we're seeing this uprising in this case, which is kind of strange, is these groups that want to have their cake and eat it too, where they want the reliability metrics, but they also want the ability to claim full carbon-free capacity on that energy, which we all know is not, it's not fair to customers. It's not fair to all the customers in the system. They're basically socializing the costs of that reliability then.
Yeah, back to my, Commissioner Pridemore, back to my statement from just a little while ago. We procure capacity in capacity procurements. They're targeted specifically for that. They're efficient. They get the right amount of capacity that this commission approves. We procure renewable energy through our energy procurements. Even the CFE ATC, as the example here, is an energy procurement. It's just, along with the batteries, we're able to block the energy in the time periods beyond
just the solar daylight hours. So still an energy procurement. That's why the capacity credit is appropriate in this particular program, because of the overbuild of batteries that the developer would have to do in order to deliver that energy outside of the normal sunshine daytime hours.
I'm certainly hoping in 28 that we can add one more sheet to this where these large load customers with great balance sheets and an appetite for 24-hour clean energy could pay the incremental cost on building some nuclear reactors. That incremental cost of generation and transmission could be the silver bullet that we're looking for to mitigate risk in Georgia in being able to build another one. So the more I talk to them these days, I think the more the reality is setting in that they're going to have to help us with this, that we can't do this by ourselves again. We don't have a federal government, I think at this point, that's ready to backstop overruns and catastrophic bankruptcy risk.
So Commissioner, we'd be really excited about that opportunity as well. And honestly, to get the volumes of carbon-free energy that would be required to help these very large customers, I think all options would have to be on the table. Dr. Bepler just mentioned the innovative solutions that we referred to in the main document. We mentioned it in 10.5. There's also Q&A and rebuttal. We are more than happy. And in fact, we're already working with a lot of customers directly on kind of outside the box options. And that could be their ability to pay for grid enhancing technologies that might facilitate more renewables on the grid, or some cutting edge technology that might not be commercial yet, like long duration storage. Future nuclear could be part of it. Even supporting some of our energy efficiency or renewable programs whereby an interested customer might buy down the cost of participation to really accelerate the uptake by customers. One of the things we got to work out with these customers, and again, we're having some fruitful conversations already. How do we then allocate that carbon reduction back to the participating customer to give them value for the financial support that they give? So more to come on that. Any solutions that we were to come up with these interested customers, we'd obviously bring before the commission for their approval. We feel really good about CARES and the CIR option and the ability to sort of add on to our commission approved RFP process to get more renewable and carbon-free resources. Outside of that, we're committed to working directly with these big customers to create win-win so that the customer gets what they need, but also all Georgia Power customers benefit as well.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the discussion. I have a couple more questions on this, but take the opportunity to assure Georgia Power and the commission that FEBA and its members are not looking for any cross subsidies and trying to help the current situation that the company finds itself in, needing a lot of capacity and hopefully needing a lot of clean capacity as soon as possible. And we of course value reliability and don't want to socialize the cost of that. But just we talked about a lot of details about this tariff, the carbon-free round the clock. Georgia Power is not paying capacity credit directly to customers, but as we just saw, there is a recognition of the capacity value of the resources that participate in this tariff, and that reduces the subscribing customers' cost of participating in the program, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and presumably nothing about this structure violates the regulatory compact that applies in Georgia, correct?
No, it doesn't. But again, this particular product is seeking to procure time blocks, time differentiated energy, and that's why the batteries are needed as part of the subscription and the capacity credit is appropriate. Contrast that to typical subscriptions through our renewable programs, CARES and otherwise, that are subscription is to the solar asset alone. So it's subscribing just to the solar energy. I'll also take this moment to just make sure the record's clear. Hey, Georgia Power and CEBA, we've been working a lot on these issues for a good long time. I want to say 8 meetings last year, maybe a couple already this year. I think we just met last week or week before. It runs together, Mr. Dunbar. we do have a constructive and collaborative relationship. We're definitely interested in hearing their needs and trying to find a way to meet their customer needs within our regulatory framework. So don't want it to come across that we're miles apart here. We just have a lot of areas of alignment and agreement, but a few areas where we still maybe have some fundamental differences that we continue to work through the constructive relationship.
Yes, thank you for that. Do you recall that in SEBA's direct testimony, we noted that the capacity credit formulation in the CFE ATC option could provide a model for accounting for the avoided capacity value of resources like solar plus storage within the customer identified resource option?
Subject to check. I don't remember the specifics, Mr. Dunbar.
Okay. For the record, that appears in Ms. Barua and Mr. Alderfer's testimony on behalf of SEBA on page 32. And subject to check again. Do you clarify that, or excuse me, do you recall that SEBA clarified that we were not recommending that the customer identified resource option require 24-hour availability the way the ATC option does?
I do. Yes, subject to check. I recall that.
Okay, thanks. Okay. I want to talk briefly about some of the additional options you just mentioned in the discussion with the commissioners. At page 16 of your rebuttal testimony at line 23, you say that Georgia Power is amenable to working with customers and is exploring various innovative solutions to help customers meet their needs for renewable and carbon-free resources. And you specifically mentioned carbon-free technologies like advanced nuclear and long duration storage. I think you said that a moment ago. So just to clarify, these are new programs that are separate and apart from the programs that currently exist and that you've proposed in this IRP, correct?
Yeah, that's right. I feel like we've come a long way and do have a lot of alignment, and the customer identified resource option is just a great add-on to the commission's approved RFP process, whereby we run these competitive procurements and get the best cost for all of our customers, and then have the ability to procure additional resources if there's need, but at prices that are going to deliver benefits to everybody. That's just a really great construct, and we're really proud of that. And I'm excited to have worked with the developers and the customers, and we're excited about the potential benefits that are going to come from that. Beyond that, it's also clear that there continue to be some customer needs that are changing and may remain unmet by just being able to procure an energy benefiting resource through the renewable RFP. And so absolutely, we're open to continue to working with these customers. We've talked about some of these examples. The exact structures that those would take the form of are still TBD, but we do have ongoing conversations both with SEBA and the customers individually. And I'll just commit to the commissioners, everything that we would consider and would bring before you, we would take into account the impact to the grid, the impact to non-participating customers, and to ensure that as we try to meet these large customer needs, we're taking into account the overall impact to all Georgia Power customers.
And thank you for that. And do you anticipate that these programs would be proposed in the next IRP, or do you think they could be filed for approval sooner than that?
I don't think we would have to wait for an IRP. I think to the extent we could get agreement on a program concept, a program design, we could bring that before the commission at any time for the commission's consideration.
Great. And on that note, Georgia Power also plans to file a tariff that establishes the programmatic details for the customer identified resource option, correct?
Yes, customer identified resource option would either take the form of a separate tariff or could be an amended CARES tariff. More to come there, but yeah, absolutely, those details would be forth in front of the commission, feedback, and then ultimately approved. And like I said, my memory serves, we've done that in energy admin cycles before.
And do you have a intended timing for the customer identified resource filing?
So we would want to do it as soon as we practically can. As proposed now, CIRs will be available for the 2026 utility scale RFP. Timeline would be kick off that next year. We got a lot of renewable and energy efficiency program designs to work on after the approval in this IRP. And so still TBD on exact timing, but we would be working just as expeditiously as we can to produce those filings.
Okay. Nothing firmer than that as far as time commitment?
I just can't. I will tell you, meetings are on the calendar in anticipation of what we might get approved here in the IRP to get our implementation planning underway.
Great. Turning back to page 22 of your rebuttal, just one last topic, and Mr. Pilato raised this issue. Starting at line 12, you would address the issue of whether hourly energy credits in the CARES program as a whole should be capped. Just to clarify, the current CARES bill credit structure that appears in Georgia Power's tariffs today, correct?
Correct. And it's a similar crediting structure that existed for C&I Ready and CRISP, the predecessors to CARES.
So Georgia Power proposed that the current structure and sought the commission's approval for it, correct?
That's right.
And has the commission ever found that the currently effective bill structure that currently appears in Georgia Power's tariffs is unjust or unreasonable?
To my knowledge, the commission's never explicitly considered that. And so Georgia Power asked for approval when the tariffs were originally approved. I don't think it's come back before the commission since then. What I can offer as another chapter in the same book, we're all about feedback and continuous improvement for our programs. Some of our experiences so far in administering C&I Ready and CRISP and now CARES have led us to the conclusion that it would be appropriate to introduce the notion of a cap or a collar or somehow otherwise limit potential negative impact to non-participating customers.
Is there someone that gave you that feedback?
No, this would be based on internal analysis, Georgia Power's review of both current program impacts based on actuals and then also projections based on updated forecasts of PPA prices, system avoided costs, and other factors that would impact what the projected credit might look like over the term of customer agreement. Okay.
And if you'll indulge me in a very brief hypothetical, if avoided costs rose sufficiently that the credit payment to a CARES subscriber exceeded the subscriber's subscription cost, would the cause of that spike in avoided costs be the CARES portfolio of resources, or would it be something else causing that spike?
It would unlikely be that. It would generally be conditions on the cost of fuel, the cost of generating electricity. That's what goes into calculating marginal cost, the cost to serve the next incremental kilowatt hour or megawatt hour on the system.
Okay, so a spike in avoided costs could happen for a number of reasons, most of which, or maybe all of which, are unrelated to the existence of the CARES portfolio of resources. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I'd say there could be an impact based on the size of intermittent resources on the system, things like that. But generally speaking, it would be driven by cost of fuel, cost of overall, dispatch of the system.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you.
Capital Good Fund. Ramada. Capital Good Fund, Ms. Brown. How are you?
Pretty well.
How much time do you need just for planning purposes?
Depends on how quickly they answer. 20, 30 minutes,
About 30 minutes?
probably.
All right, let's break for lunch then, and we'll see everybody back here at 1 o'clock. All right, good afternoon. We'll get started where we left off before lunch. Next up, panel remind you you're still under oath. Okay, Ms. Brown, Capital Good Fund.
All right, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. If I can direct you to page 18 of your testimony.
The rebuttal testimony?
Oh, yes, sorry, should have specified. Don't want to retread any ground that staff has already covered, but I did want to ask a question about the grid charging that you have graciously agreed to adopt from our recommendations. Can you speak to whether that would be company initiated or customer initiated?
I think it would depend on the pathway. So obviously in the customer directed, the owner operator would be directing that. I think you're probably referring to the company directed. That still would be company directed, but that pairs nicely, I think, with our sort of other recommendation that we adopted from the testimony, which is we will make special sort of dispensation in advance of these widespread extreme weather events to try and recognize that we wouldn't be calling on assets in advance of that. Similarly, we may want to charge in advance of that so that those resources would be available for participating customers in advance of some of those weather events.
Okay, so the thought is basically a top off before a weather event. Would there be any other cases where that might be something the company pursues, like reverse demand response or something like that?
Yes, I could see long term, as we think about the variety of use cases available for solar plus storage assets, there could be situations where it would be beneficial to the system to actually be charging resources. One of the things I think we would want to maintain in that is making sure that customers who are participating, we're still seeing benefits associated with that.
So at this time, the company is not entertaining any changes to the incentive structure, including the suggestion for an annual incentive and the company direction option. Would you be willing to provide greater detail to participants and their installers about expected use patterns so they could estimate the savings better and communicate those to the customers?
Yes, I think we would be willing to continue to have those conversations. And in fact, I think we've had some to this point already in outlining for the market some of the structure, and we've gotten some feedback through that process. Certainly also, as we've iterated said a number of times, part of the benefit is to gain learnings from this. And so there is admittedly some uncertainty in how we would use this ourselves. I think one of the things that we can learn is where the most value accrues from dispatching some of these assets. And so that will be something that we will continue to evolve over time as we gain understandings from the pilot.
On that subject of incentives, would you agree that certain grid services may be harder on a battery than others?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Would you commit to considering additional compensation if the company begins to use the battery in one of those ways that's a more heavy-duty grid service that wasn't contemplated in the original calculation? Sorry about that. Do you need to repeat the question?
No, I'm just having a shockwave.
So if I heard it correctly, the question was, if you're engaging in some of those services, would you consider changing the compensation? And I would say we actually contemplated that in the determination of the initial company incentives. So we talked a little bit in the direct hearings about how there's a slightly different ELCC value associated with the two participation channels. And the company directed option got that 100% ELCC. That was predicated on the assumption that those resources would be able to participate in some of those ancillary service potential value streams to serve for reserves or other things. And so to that extent, that additional value is already captured in that incentive payment that we've outlined.
How possible is it for a battery to simultaneously serve as like an energy arbitrage resource and at the same time do ancillary services? Don't they typically pick one or the other It's kind of hard to go back and forth between the two.
I don't think that's true. And I think actually if you listen to witness Raquetta's testimony, like they have a model and I know you're familiar with it because you pointed it out to us in the sessions we had in development of this, the WattSmart VPP and others across the country that are able to stack some of these different use cases. Now, certainly, I think that's something we want to gain familiarity with. And in our implementation approach, maybe phase those in over time and start with sort of the low hanging fruit where the most value is, but then look to see how we can add additional use cases beyond that and stack some of that value.
Okay. If we could shift to the system sizing discussion. Isn't it true that Georgia Power's interconnection policy allows DER interconnections above 20 kilowatts? In fact, all the way up to 10 megawatts?
Yes, I would say that there are different requirements at certain thresholds. So Witness Mallard spoke earlier that 250 kW is a point that triggers some additional requirements, requires some additional metering infrastructure. It also requires a more rigorous testing process that has to be done by our reliability engineering group as opposed to just our metering group. So there's some distinctions given those size thresholds, but generally.
Sure, but is it fair to say that Georgia Power routinely or at least occasionally performs that additional analysis for residential systems that would be over the 20 kilowatt limit and commercial systems that would be over that 250 kilowatt limit?
Yes, that is fair. I will say what informed our cap on the residential system side of 20 kW was a desire to have an efficient enrollment structure and maintain the safety and reliability, reduce the need for upgrades while getting as many of these systems into the program as quickly and as efficiently as possible. So that sort of goes back to the discussion we were having earlier. Like we recognize that there may be appetite for larger systems. We could entertain that over time potentially, but for efficient implementation and rollout of this pilot, we think we've identified a set of caps that will enable us to do the most good for the most number of customers out.
On that subject of upgrades and minimizing upgrades, can you clarify whether what you're proposing is that if a system under that 20 kilowatt limit triggers upgrades, those not be charged to that customer?
No, that's not what we're considering. Obviously, if a system would require additional infrastructure to be deployed, we would want that to be charged appropriately to the cost causer. That's consistent with sort of the way we do planning for the grid as a whole. What we are trying to do is minimize the occurrences where that eventually takes place because we think that will slow down the process and having a 20 kW limit will enable the vast majority of our customers to participate in a pilot program. When we look across our existing base of customers, we see that we have roughly 9,000 residential customers who have solar on their roofs now that is less than or equal to 8.5 kW. And commissioners, I picked that specific threshold because there was some discussion in our initial hearings about being able to participate with a Tesla Powerwall 3 or a couple of 3 Enphase batteries. Those would have about 11.5 kW of export capability. And so you could pair that with 8.5 kW of solar and still participate under these thresholds. We see that that's roughly 80% of our existing residential customers would be able to add those systems and still qualify under this cap.
So just to clarify, if I have a system under 20 kilowatts and it triggers a transformer upgrade, I as the customer would still have to pay for that and you as Georgia Power would still have to perform that analysis. Is that correct? The 20 kilowatts doesn't make any of that go away.
That's correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that even if there were no system cap on this program, there would still be a lot of other checks on the size of the system, like the ROI, like the roof size, like the panel capacity on the home? Is that correct?
I do think that's fair. I think certainly one of the elements of having a cap is to provide some level of consumer protection. we've had experiences in the past where you may have systems that are oversized relative to the load at the home. In fact, even the example that Capital Good Fund put forward in their testimony, you're getting solar production, which is 70 to 80% above the annual load of the home. And we're not sure that's in the, that's the type of resource that we're trying to incentivize participating in this program.
So on that subject, in multiple of these proceedings, not just this 2025 one, but say the 2023 IRP update, there's been discussion about there being certain parts of Georgia's energy system that need dispatchable capacity, such as Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. Is that correct?
Yes.
So in those places where there's not exactly a lot of just wide open land, why wouldn't it be in the best interest of the company if there is roof space and if the customer has an appetite to put a dispatchable resource in those areas where there might not be, again, that open land to put just a traditional ground mount system?
Yeah, so I think this goes back to one of the concerns about sort of cost allocation for behind the meter assets generally, which is ultimately that's impacting the cost recovery. And so if you have assets that are oversized relative to the load at a particular location, then the compensation for those systems may be beyond the value that they're delivering and thus shifting costs onto other customers. Now, I think what's lost in perhaps this exchange and what I was trying to highlight is we actually don't think this is going to be a restrictive limit for the vast majority of our customers. So when we looked at this, we were trying to pick a threshold that would enable the vast majority of our customers to enroll and participate and do so in an efficient means that's feasible for the company to implement.
Because we do have, 2.5 million customers. So it's hard to design something for every single one of those, right? So we're trying to get the most that we can as early as we can. And then hopefully this ends up being a very good customer experience for people during this pilot process so we can continue to scale.
Oh, you're talking about the vast majority of customers. You do agree that you already have systems interconnected operating on your system that would exceed this limit and that would be excluded from this pilot program.
Yes, that's true.
Is it not a greater risk of a cost shift for those resources to only act in their own self-interest and not for the overall interest of the grid?
Well, that's part of what we are hoping to do with this pilot program is to align some of those company, grid, customer, non-participating customer incentives such that there is a more equitable sharing of value between participating and non-participating customers. I think that's largely the intent. Now, to the extent that we have some of these sort of edge cases, I think in the direct hearings, you recognize there may be some preppers or some folks who are trying to go entirely off the grid. There's unique edge cases. We don't want the complexity of those to slow down the implementation of the program overall.
I was thinking more about if Commissioner Shaw had a deep freezer full of declutter, but dear me.
Need some?
Actually, I'd love some. Okay, so if you can turn to page 20 of your testimony, lines 16 through 20.
Yes.
So this is where you say that interveners like myself are proposing that we use inverter settings or software controls as solutions for this limit. And you say these are examples of the types of solutions and data the company can monitor and evaluate as part of a pilot program. How do you propose to study this in the pilot program if you don't have systems over that limit?
Yeah, so a couple of ways. One is we can sort of monitor what actually is the export that's coming from these systems as we're calling them, see how that coincides with the solar profile and solar generation. The other is just gaining familiarity with the technologies themselves and the different OEMs. So we've had some initial conversations with different battery manufacturers. One of the things that we're looking at when we consider software and inverter settings is how do those things respond to outages or sort of events outside typical operation. And so as we see more of these resources on the system, see how they react, engage more with these OEMs, then we can understand and communicate back to our power delivery and reliability teams about what they can expect and how those might perform under some of these outage conditions.
If we can't agree on, raising the cap wholesale, could there possibly be some kind of waiver process? Like, let's say we did have one of the AME churches that spoke this morning that is a mega church, wants to power EV chargers, freezers, cooling. Could they apply to the learnings that you use for the inverter settings and those other solutions?
Yeah, I would say we're open to feedback, and I think that's been a consistent thing. We haven't specifically considered that recommendation, but consistently throughout this process, and I hope others are seeing this in action. We are taking that feedback and making changes to the program. So that's something we could evaluate going forward as we move into the program implementation as well.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add, commissioners, just to reiterate what Dr. Bepler said, we do feel like this is a reasonable program design to get out the door, to allow us speed to market, to allow us to effectively and efficiently implement the program quickly, get customers enrolled, and begin this learning process. Maybe think of this as the base model with the ability to upgrade to the limited or the premium model down the road to address some of these additional issues. But we gave a lot of thought in this design to some size limits that would allow us to quickly and efficiently roll the program out.
Would you disagree that there are some outside timeline considerations, as the SEBA council referenced? There's some questions in terms of how long the tax credits will be available. My Solar for All program is term limited. Is it reasonable to save all of this figuring it out until the 2028 IRP when we might have missed the boat on a lot of the best opportunities?
Yeah, no, I think certainly, as we've said previously, we are aware that there are potentially additional opportunities for funding. And one of the tenets that we built this around is that it should be stackable. So we can take advantage of some of those opportunities. But we also stated that we didn't want the program to depend on those sources of external funding. And so we think the incentives that we've rolled out are lucrative enough that they should be able to sustain ongoing participation even beyond the availability of some of those external sources of funding.
And the last thing I wanted to ask you about, so I know there's always a disclaimer in your rebuttal testimony that not addressing an issue doesn't mean you agree or disagree. It's time limited. Does the company have any concerns with the community solar proposal put forth by Good Fund for the Solar for All program, the bring your own PPA?
I'm sorry, ask the question one more time, please.
Does the company have any concerns about the community solar option put forth by Good Fund for Solar for All, the bring your own PPA option?
What, are you referring to something that was filed in testimony in Capital Good Fund's testimony?
Yes.
And what, remind me again exactly what the proposal was?
Yes, this was bringing a PPA outside of the RFP process that's at a certain bogey price.
Right. So generally speaking, procuring through the RFP process is the commission's preferred method, the company's preferred method. There's always opportunity for proposals to be made outside of the RFP process. We could always consider those, but generally speaking, the expectation would be suppliers to the distributed generation subscription would come through the RFP process. But yeah, again, the commission rules and company policy does allow for unsolicited proposals.
So would that need any further commission approval?
I think it would depend what form it might take. I would say that could be some feedback that could be given as part of either the DG Cares subscription program methodology when that's put on paper and put in front of the commission, and or part of the next distributed generation RFP process.
Even though an RFP bid would be market distortion because there would be a lot of grant dollars.
I'm sorry, could you restate that, please?
Would it still be a best course of action to bring a system in an RFP process, knowing that it would be market distortion because there's a lot of grant dollars involved?
grant dollars. The grant dollars would buy the project down. So a couple of things. I mean, I think we'd have to evaluate that on a case-by-case basis. A project that is supported by grant dollars that produces a lower total net cost to customers is a good thing for an RFP. That you'd have a real good chance of being successful in the RFP. Whether or not that distorted the overall sort of market price for the RFP, that's something that we could consider and evaluate and make sure that we weren't inappropriately applying that information to the rest of the RFP.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Vermont Energy. GAM. Georgia Center for Energy Solutions. Georgia Coalition of Local Governments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Mallard, Ms. Goff, Dr. Bepler. I am Ben Snowden. I'm here on behalf of the Georgia Coalition of Local Governments. Hello. Hi, it's nice to see you all. I'd like to start. I'd like to actually follow up on some discussions from that I had briefly with some follow up on discussion I had with the witness panel yesterday. I asked the panel yesterday what the company was doing in regard to resilience. Did you all follow that? Were you all watching that part of the proceeding?
We were watching most of it. I will say we were in transit during one period, so we may have missed elements, but.
Understood. Yeah, I only had one question here, or one line of questions. One thing Mr. Robinson mentioned that the company was doing related to the company's microgrid team. Did you hear that? Are you familiar with the microgrid team and what it does?
Can you remind us what what Mr. Robinson said? Like Dr. Bepler mentioned, we were in trans.
No, I understand. Yeah. I was asking Mr. Robinson about the various efforts that the company was undertaking in terms of studying resiliency, studying ways the company can promote resiliency. And he mentioned that there was the company has a microgrid team. The coalition members were very happy to hear that. They were not aware that the company had this team. So I just wanted to follow up and see if you all were familiar with that microgrid team and what it does.
I'm not intimately familiar. I will say I know there are a couple of microgrid projects which have been deployed across the state. The one that comes to mind, just because it's closest as far as I know, is the one that's at Georgia Tech in the Midtown area. So there's an installation there, but beyond that, I'm not intimately familiar with the details of what that team is doing on a day-to-day basis.
Again, if we didn't hear all of his testimony, but if you have specific questions, we may be able to help with those.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Ms. Goff. No, he just mentioned it in passing, so I was just wondering if you all were familiar with that. Okay, I'd like to talk briefly about the Georgia Coalition's recommendations as to the CARES program. Are you all familiar with Mr. Coalition Witness David Nifong's recommendation that the $5,000 NOI fee for the CARES program should be deferred or waived for MUSH customers?
I remember that from his testimony.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mallard. And as Mr. Nifong testifies, that's because $5,000 is a lot of taxpayer money to spend, especially where there's no guarantee of being selected to participate. Do you recall that?
I do.
Would you agree with that assessment?
I would say that it's important for participants or potential participants to pay a participation fee in order to offset the cost that the company incurs on behalf of processing that application. And so while it might be true that that would be taxpayer dollars that would be spent, waiving that fee would mean that ratepayer dollars would be spent to otherwise cover the fees that should be in fact allocated to the participating customer.
Okay, understood. But you would acknowledge, though, that for a MUSH customer or a municipal customer, it may be particularly difficult to mobilize that amount of money to participate in a program where there is no guarantee of being selected.
I can't say for certain how easy or hard it would be or how that might compare differently from a MUSH customer to a commercial for-profit customer. I can understand that there could be difficulties in getting approval for the dollars. Yes, I'll stipulate to that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mallard, Mr. Nifong also recommends that Georgia Power reduce the minimum peak aggregate demand threshold for that program to 500 kilowatts or waive it entirely for MUSH customers. Do you recall that?
Generally.
Okay, and Mr. Nifong testifies that this would allow, I'll take a step back and say, I'm only going through Mr. Nifong's testimony because this was not addressed in the rebuttal testimony.
Understood.
So Mr. Nifong testifies that doing this would allow smaller much customers such as the city of Decatur, which he represents, participate in these subscription programs. Do you recall that?
Subject to check.
Do you agree that waiving or reducing the aggregate demand threshold of 500 kilowatts would allow smaller much customers to participate in the CARES program?
I would agree that a smaller participation threshold would allow smaller customers to participate. And I would just add, commissioners, that this is the company's constantly in receiving and interpreting the feedback that we're getting from customers, potential participants. We're getting recommendations to raise caps on some programs, lower caps on others, maybe sometimes from some of the same groups. We have selected these caps to make the programs implementable. We think that we're trying to do the most good for the most potential participants. And so we still stand behind the cap that we proposed, but not shutting the door to having continued conversations with potential participants to make sure that we're reaching the customers who are interested in participating in our programs.
Thank you, Mr. Mallett. And I guess if I can tell me if this is an accurate representation of what you've said, that the company can't commit to modifying that threshold for most customers, but that is an accommodation the company might be willing to have some dialogue with.
That's right. If I put my program designer hat on, I'm trying to create a program that sort of captures as much of the market as we can in a program design that's implementable. And so if it looks like that we're missing out on a significant part of the market that would be interested in the program, that's certainly something we take into account, potentially make changes.
Thank you, Mr. Mallard. I'd like to move on and talk about the solar plus storage pilot program. And I'll say that Commissioner Shaw and Ms. Brown have asked a lot of they're smarter than me, and they've asked a lot of the questions that I was going to ask. So I'm going to try to avoid repeating anything that was asked. So if you'll indulge me, if I have to skip around a little bit, please. Sure. Thank you. And is there anybody in particular, Dr. Beppler, or are you the person I should probably direct these to?
You can start with me, and I'm sure my fellow witnesses will jump in if I forget anything.
Okay, thank you. So Dr. Beppler, in your rebuttal testimony, you state that the SPS pilot program provides an opportunity to learn and solicit feedback from the two distinct participation pathways. Is that right?
Yes.
So presumably the intention, I think, as you said today, is for the company to take that feedback and reflect it in further refinements to the program?
Yes, I think that's a fair assessment.
Okay. And I'm sorry if I missed something, but did you indicate when the company would intend to make those further refinements to the program?
Yeah, so I think we touched on this a little bit. There's some things that we haven't contemplated yet. Some of the program implementation details, those will be made in a filing before we actually started enrolling customers. That would take place, early 2026. But then beyond that, I think this is potentially what you're getting at. As we've gotten into the implementation phase, we want to see how it's going, get some of those learnings, understand how these systems are operating, communications protocols, all that kind of stuff. And then to the extent that we would need to make tweaks or adjustments to ensure the success of the pilot, we could go back at any time really to the commission and suggest some of those tweaks for their approval.
Okay, thank you. And I understand sort of the general process. I guess what I'm trying to understand is sort of the timeline that you would anticipate. Is this something you would do in 2026, 27, 28?
Yeah, I don't know that we would be making a lot of changes in the 26 horizon, just because we would still be enrolling that first wave of customers and would want to gain a sufficient amount of data on how those systems were operating. But beyond that, 27 to the 28 time horizon, if we identified an issue that was, inhibiting the success of the pilot, I think we could go back at any of those times and request a modification from the commission.
Thank you. And to be clear, the company is still listening to feedback from stakeholders in this proceeding, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And I think there's a number of things that we highlight in the rebuttal testimony that we've committed to. Commissioner Shaw brought up the 10-year term for the customer directed option. We've discussed here today the grid charging and the company directed option, the commitment not to call on things in front of those synoptic meteorological events, and then the dashboard to make a publicly accessible sort of where we are in the process of enrolling capacity in comparison to those target amounts.
Thank you, Dr. Bepler. You've actually anticipated my next couple of questions, so I'll jump right to there. And you've given me another
Trying to
word.
be efficient.
You've given me a word I have to go look up synoptic. So thank you for that. So going back to the accommodations that the company is or the changes the company has made to its proposal. And in your rebuttal testimony, you say that the company will endeavor to avoid calling on resources in advance of widespread extreme weather, right? And you said a little while ago, there'd be special dispensation under such events. So I'd like to understand a little better what the company is proposing in that regard.
Yeah, so what we're talking about here is really things that are gonna affect a broad swath of the territory, think hurricanes or ice storms, things of that nature. Certainly, we understand that there may be isolated weather events that could impact sort of smaller pockets and may lead to isolated outages. We're not sure we're going to be able to capture all of those incidents, but what we do want to recognize is that the company is going to make an effort to ensure ahead of these widespread events that customers who are participating in these programs have the assets that they've invested in available to serve their own resiliency needs. Because ultimately that's going to lead to higher customer satisfaction and an ongoing participation, which delivers value for everyone.
And I am glad you asked about that because we did look at the wording on that pretty close before we filed this. It's probably not practical to be able to manage every customer for every local storm that comes through. So being transparent about that, I think is kind of what Dr. Bepler was getting at.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And we appreciate the company sort of making that or taking that recommendation. So if I'm hearing because one of the questions I had was, what is an extreme weather event? And what I think I'm hearing you say is that events that will impact a significant amount of the system, however that's defined, are the kinds of events you're thinking about, but not necessarily every event that has a local impact. Is that right?
I think that's fair. Yeah. Events that in their magnitude and severity are likely to lead to elevated levels of outages across the system. Those are types of things that we would want to protect against.
And I just think about it simply, commissioners, ice storm forecast for Rome and Gainesville. Yes, that's something we can predict. A hurricane in the Gulf that maybe is going to impact South Georgia. Yes. Afternoon thunderstorm in Hahira, it's hard to predict. And so we have a really hard time isolating on that small of a.
Yes, summer afternoon thunderstorms are tough to predict. I
Because they can
understand.
hit one neighborhood and then,
Oh, yes,
miles away, it's,
Mhm.
so that's
Yeah,
very hard to manage. I'm glad you asked about that, just so that we're transparent about what we meant by that. in testimony.
Okay, thank you. Well, so however we define events, I'd like to sort of understand the commitment the company is making. So Mr. Rashetta, the coalition witness, Mr. Rashetta, recommended that the company should agree to cease all battery dispatch activity 4 to 6 hours in advance of a major storm, as well as during the duration of a major storm. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, and I'll just take this opportunity since you introduced it to say that, there was an exchange in cross with Mr. Rashetta about whether he, Sonnen and his company have been in communications with the company. I do want to clarify that we have been talking with Sonnen. We've had a number of meetings with them, including since then. And this is one of the things that we've discussed. I don't know that we'd be willing to commit to that precise recommendation, but we have been taking feedback from them and others, implementation partners to see best practices across similar peer programs around the country to inform that eventual recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Would you anticipate, one last question. All right, one last question on this. Would you anticipate in the implementation of the program to provide as clear guidance as you can to customers about the company's policies on this issue?
I think we'd be willing to speak further to it. I don't know that we're gonna commit to a absolute recommendation just because systems are dynamic, weather is dynamic. Ultimately, these are gonna be capacity resources that we're counting on the resource ledger that would be deferring other needs. And so we need the ability to utilize them in a fashion that's gonna deliver that value. But yes, we are committed to ensuring some protections for those participating customers to ensure that they're getting value out of it as well.
Thank you for that.
I think the learnings could go both ways. Part of the pilot will be to understand if we commit to not dispatch on a cold winter morning because of potential ice storm, well, do we end up missing a lot of very high value hours in which the incentive values were designed upon? And so I think it'll be a learning process. The same time, flip side of that would be if we dispatch and then we end up with customers who end up in an outage situation and they don't have the 20% of their battery left. That would be feedback we take into account as well.
Can I ask a battery question? Because I know that this is a part of what the municipalities are looking at. So we have municipalities that they've purchased solar and they've got solar arrays that they're utilizing for municipal purposes. But then their batteries are owned by a developer. And the value for that is that the developer then gets the capacity credits for that. So it offsets the cost of the service that they're providing to the city. In Georgia Power's plan, give me some insight. Don't you believe that the battery credits should go to the developer and not then to the city? Talk me through that.
Great question, Commissioner, and this is something that we probably should have been more explicit about in the testimony. We've called it a customer directed option, but I do think we've recognized that the incentive payments would probably need to go to the owner operators of those resources, regardless of whether that was the specific customer of Georgia Power or a third party. So it would be whoever is owning and operating these assets, ultimately making the decisions about the behavior and the potential opt-outs and all of those things. They would be the recipient of the incentive. What we do want to make sure is that that value then gets passed along to the participating customer. So there is a little bit of consumer protection to make sure that third parties or developers aren't just raising costs of systems, pocketing that incentive and not passing that through to customers. But we recognize and have heard feedback that allowing that model would help with participation.
That's good to know, because I think that what we would see, so we have lots of cities, they can't afford the batteries. And so it's the value there is for the developer to own the battery and let the city utilize the battery. But if we went away and from that program and said that only the meter owner, which is the city, would get credit for the capacity on the battery, they're going to take the batteries away, and that defeats the purpose.
Great question. Thank you for allowing us to clarify that, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. If I may, I'd like to move on to another conversation that you had with Ms. Brown just a few minutes ago, where I believe you said, Dr. Bepler, that the additional value of the battery from ancillary services is already captured in the incentive payments. Is that right?
In the company directed model, the way we valued the incentive was based on an ELCC, which assumes that those batteries can be operated for things like reserves, which enable that 100% ELCC rating, as opposed to the lower rating, which was assigned to resources in the customer directed path.
Thank you. And Dr. Bepler, I believe you said that over time, the company will be looking to other ancillary services that could be provided by battery systems. I assume that would be like frequency regulation, things like that, where you could add or stack the value streams from those batteries. Did I get that right?
Yeah, what we've said is that initially out of the gate, a lot of the value that we see is in the sort of avoided capacity cost, but we recognize that batteries are a unique resource that could have some additional use cases. And to the extent that we can demonstrate those materialize and we're able to take advantage of them, we would want to ensure that the value we're recognizing for those assets captured. All
right, thank you, Dr. Bepler. So just to finish that out, if in the future the company identifies other value streams and operates those battery systems under the company directed option to capture those additional value streams, would that be reflected in changes to the incentives that are provided to customers?
Yes, I think as we continue to gain learnings here about how these things can be used, and crucially, whether those incentive or value streams stack, like the previous conversation, maybe if you're using it for one particular use case, that doesn't allow you to utilize it for some other components. But to the extent you can leverage multiple different use cases, we want the value to be representative of the benefits that those systems are providing.
Thank you. I'd like to move on and ask about system size limitations under the Solar Plus Storage program. And I know you all have had some discussion about this before. I will say, in contrast to Ms. Brown, I am primarily focused right now on the commercial system size limit of 250 kilowatts, not the residential limit of 20 kilowatts. So, Dr. Babler, do you recall Mr. Nifong's recommendation on behalf of the coalition that if the commission or if the company does not get rid of the size limitation outright, it should increase the size limitation for commercial systems up to 1 megawatt?
I am generally familiar with the recommendation.
Thank you. I would like to briefly discuss the customer connected solar program, which was discussed this afternoon. I have a couple questions about that, and it was, I think, being presented this afternoon as an alternative to customers who want to install larger systems, but I'm not sure that it really would accomplish the goals of systems under the SDS pilot. So I want to be sort of clear about where I'm going with that. And so this is how Georgia Power describes is it the CCSP or CCSP?
CCSP.
Yes.
Okay. This is how Georgia Power describes the CCSP program on its website. And I'm paraphrasing a little bit. That says this program allows you, the customer, to partner with a solar developer to build a solar facility on or adjacent to your property. Georgia Power will purchase 100% of the energy generated and retire the REC's associated facility on your behalf, allowing you to claim the renewable benefits of the local solar energy. Do you agree with that characterization?
It's subject to check. I will just highlight that's the current iteration of the program, and importantly, we've made a couple of we've suggested a couple of modifications for the commission to consider as part of this IRP. One of those would be the ability to pair storage with those solar resources. We've also expanded the size eligibility from 250 kW all the way up to 6 megawatts. And we've opened participation up to new customers so that you won't have to have a billing history to be able to participate in that. And so there are some modifications proposed to what might be available on the website.
Okay, thank you. And so just to be clear, what you proposed for the CCSP though, or maybe this is the current limit, is that the minimum size is 250 kW, not 1 megawatt?
That's correct.
But under the CCSP program, as it exists and also as it's proposed to be modified, 100% of the output of the solar and battery system would be sold to Georgia Power, correct?
Yes, and witness Mallard can potentially speak further to this, but we actually think that's an advantage for some types of customers, depending on the rate structure that they're on. It actually may be more beneficial for them to engage in that sort of arrangement rather than just receiving avoided costs from something like real-time pricing arrangement.
So under the CCSP, you paid what is the credit is paid under? The capacity and energy?
Well, right now it's only energy because it's solar only.
Right.
As if, again, the program concept is approved, we come back to the commission with a proposed payment structure that would include value for energy and capacity. It would be a long-term agreement. It would be a fixed rate. As Dr. Bepler said, some customers do find value in the notion of knowing exactly what the payments will look like. They're fixed for an extended period of time, long-term agreement. It is a front of the meter configuration, so different. But as Dr. Bepler referred to, RTP is our rate that a lot of our larger customers are on. It basically reflects the system's marginal cost. That cost is still relatively low. And so what we find sometimes is that customers might find value and might find it as financially attractive or more so to participate in the front of the meter customer connected program as opposed to going behind the meter on a tariff like RTP.
Okay, thank you. So you said that the system under the CCSP program is front of the meter. So it is not available under normal circumstances to serve load behind the meter, correct?
It would be. I think the configuration could be made such that in times of grid outage, it could be made available to be serving the local customer load as part of a customer's microgrid or other resiliency solution.
Okay. So to clarify, it would still be co-located. Really, the behind the meter, front of the meter arrangement is less about availability of that asset to serve the customer load and more just how the billing is treated.
So if, and Mr. Mallard, you said that during times of outage, the system will be available potentially to serve behind the meter load. Under normal circumstances, however, the customer could not use that battery for time shifting or other purposes.
The system serves the grid. It'd be analogous, commissioners, to the military projects located on or adjacent to military bases, but the assets serve the grid. The energy and the capacity value goes to all customers. But in times of grid outage, then the breaker can open up and those resources could be used to help a customer's resiliency solution.
All right, thank you. And to be clear, under the CCSP program, the incentives for that are available under the customer directed and company directed programs for the pilot are not available, correct?
Correct. Okay, so there are two different structures, two different setups. And again, I would categorize all of this as part of our potential learning here and what we want to, information we want to gain by rolling out solar plus storage along with the modifications to the CCSP program.
Thank you. All right, I'll move on from the CCSP. At the hearing where you all presented your direct testimony, Ms. Brown, Capital Good Fund, asked you all some questions about the residential size limit of 20 kW. You recall that, right? And Ms. Brown asked about how compliance with that 20 kW limit is assessed. And I think it was you, Dr. Bepler, who said it would be based on the ability of the resources to export to the grid. Is that correct?
Yes, I'll just further clarify there. So what we're looking at is the maximum potential for coincident discharge. So we're going to look at the ability of the solar and the battery to simultaneously export to the grid. That would need to be less than either the 20 kW threshold for residential or the 250 kW threshold for commercial.
Thank you. And it's helpful to clarify that. So if, for example, you had a commercial system that had a 250 kilowatt battery and a 250 kilowatt PV system, but it was only studied at 250 kilowatts for injection purposes, then it would be eligible for under the cap as proposed. Is that right?
Yeah, depending on the actual layout of the systems, it's possible you could have something that looked more DC coupled where the potential to export was limited by a single inverter, and that inverter's limit would set the threshold for participation.
Okay, thank you. And even outside the context of this program, it is entirely routine for solar plus storage facilities at utility scale to only be able to export less than the total capacity of the battery and PV system, right?
Yes, I don't know that I would describe any of these facilities at this point as totally routine.
Understood.
Because I think each one has come with its unique set of circumstances. But yes, we do have installations that, depending on the arrangement of components, limit beyond the nameplate of the individual components themselves.
Thank you. Dr. Bepler, you said a little while ago that the 20 kilowatt residential size limit would accommodate the vast majority of residential systems that might participate in the SPS pilot. Is that right?
That's true, yes.
Is it your position that the 250 kilowatt limit would accommodate the vast majority of commercial customers who might seek participate in the SPS pilot program?
I don't know that I would agree to that. And in fact, I don't know that that was the intent. It is specifically labeled as a small commercial program. As we've mentioned a number of times, we have other participation options available to commercial customers. We've talked a little bit about CCSP. We haven't really hit on any of the DER and resiliency programs, which are also available to commercial customers, and batteries could participate through those channels as well. So I think there's a smaller subset of commercial customers which would be eligible for this, but there's certainly other programs available for other types of commercial customers to participate as well.
But you would agree, Dr. Bepler, that there are at least potentially commercial customers who would want to install systems with an export capacity higher than 250 kilowatts that might be interested in participating in the SPS pilot. Is that right?
Yes, I am aware that there may be larger customers who would be interested in participating. And I would say we're glad that customers are interested in participating. As we've stated a number of times, we think what we've introduced in this pilot is a great first step. And to the extent that we can continue to expand it and make it eligible for more customers going forward, that's something we would evaluate.
Thank you. Right, sorry, I'm just trying to avoid duplicate questions here. In your rebuttal testimony, you do testify that it would, you testify that it would not be feasible to evaluate system size on a case-by-case basis because that would result in administrative burden and significant expenditure of company time and resources. Is that right?
Yeah, do you have a, I'm generally.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is on page 20 and 21 of your rebuttal testimony.
I said it, full to, that's what it is.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. Maybe I'll just skip that question and just, is it your position that increasing the size limit for commercial systems above 250 kilowatts would be, would impose an unreasonable burden on the company?
I wouldn't necessarily agree with unreasonable burden, but I think I would certainly state that it has additional complexity, which would make it more difficult to implement quickly.
As I understand it, when you say additional complexity, you are speaking specifically about the interconnection study process. Is that right?
Yes, that is a vast majority of what I'm discussing. So Commissioners, I hit on these already, but I'll run through them again. So above 250 kW, there are different metering requirements. So it requires an interval reporting interchange meter. There's also some different technical studies that have to be performed, and the witness tests themselves to sort of approve COD for these systems have to be done by our reliability engineering team as opposed to just the metering team. And that obviously is a different resource pool, which we will be potentially pulling from with more limited resources.
Yeah, and just to add and reiterate, Commissioners, where achievability is the name of the game here. We chose these limits for the customer program sizes in order to ensure that we could roll this program out quickly and efficiently, start to gain those learnings, and then with the ability to trade in the basic model for the limited or the XL down the road. So this is what we believe is a very reasonable first step, and we really do stand behind these system size limits that we proposed.
You have a limited.
I don't. I have. I'm in the market though, so I may be one that's ready to upgrade.
Well, let me ask you a question though, because what I think I heard from you all a few minutes ago was that if a customer is interested in deploying a system that is larger than 250 kilowatts, they can just go under one of these other programs. Is that right?
That's
and if they go under one of these other programs, they're going to have to go through that interconnection study that's a little more intense anyway, right?
That is true.
So if things play out the way that I think you're suggesting, it sounds like there's not really any more burden that's going to be imposed on the company. It's just the customers will be in one program versus the other. Is that right?
I think that's fair, but I think there's an important distinction, which is when we're thinking about trying to get this particular pilot off the ground so that we can begin gaining some of those learnings, as we've mentioned, to the extent that a lot of our resources are tied up in a small number of more complicated projects, then that potentially pushes out timelines for everyone who might be in the queue wanting to participate behind them.
But the company has an obligation to, as the interconnecting utility, to treat all interconnection customers on a non-discriminatory basis, doesn't it?
So that's right. And so the company's rules and regs, section G specifically lays all that out. And those are the guidelines that we're following. Section G is what actually memorializes the 250 kW limit. And again, I just add to Dr. Pepler's point, we're focused here on the ability to roll out the solar plus storage pilot efficiently and effectively. We do have a division of responsibility and resources within inside the company. So for example, it's actually a different team that has responsibility for the customer connected program than will have the solar plus storage. So the sort of the example you gave a minute ago is all going to maybe just add up in the same way. It's not necessarily true. We sort of allocate resources to help meet the needs across programs. And so our ability to effectively organize is something that we keep in mind as we try to be good stewards of the resources that are provided to us.
Thank you for that. Just to be clear, under Georgia, the rules and regulations that govern interconnection, Georgia Power, and I understand there are a lot of them, and I've looked at them all very closely. It is the customer who is ultimately responsible for paying the cost of the interconnection study, right?
Correct.
Right. And if there are upgrades to the system that are triggered by that interconnection study, the customer is responsible for those. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And it is the case that if a customer wants to participate in the interconnection process, they have to pay a fee to go in. Is that right?
That's right. Currently, and I've got a copy of the rules and regs in front of me, so I can just reference that for the record. And so this is section G, number 4. Right now, it's $200 for commercial and industrial customers, $100 for residential customers.
Okay. I am looking at the distribution generator interconnection procedures, section 5C. Do you have those handy? Okay. And that references the application fee, and perhaps I'm looking at the wrong thing, but those indicate that for a facility less than 1 megawatt, the application fee is $2,000, and for a facility over 1 megawatt, it's $6,000.
I think those are for non-customer sided.
Okay, those are for
Subject to check. I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to, but what I have is the rules and regs that are for customer generators.
Okay, thank you. I'm just about finished. I just want to go over here and make sure I haven't missed anything and skipping around. So thank you. I guess I'll ask one final question. I understand that the company is very interested in and appreciate very much the fact that the company wants to get this SBS pilot up and running and roll it out efficiently. If the purpose of the program is to generate learnings and to take feedback from the market, well, would you agree with that? That part of the purpose is to generate those learnings and take feedback, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And to make a great customer experience for the people who participate.
Well, thank you. And that is something that's very important, because I guess I'll ask two things. One, how is the company going to get feedback from the market over demand for larger systems if larger systems can't participate in the program?
Not to be glib, but I think you're giving us that feedback now.
Okay. Well, yes. I mean, the company is hearing feedback from the coalition. I assume that you heard Reverend Barber's public comment today, where he talked about the desire of the AME or the plan rather for the and commitment for the AME to build these local resilience hubs and serve their communities, sometimes with systems that are larger than that 250 kilowatt capacity limit. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess while I understand that it's important, speed and efficiency is important. Would you also agree, though, that if customer experience is something that is equally important, that hearing from specific customers over their desires to implement specific kinds of systems is something that the company should be strongly taking into consideration as it designs the initial pilot?
I do agree with that, but I'll just reference my 5 years now almost experience designing rates and programs for the company. As Dr. Bepler said, you try to do the most good for the most number of customers. If we designing a program with no limits available to all 2.7 million customers would be administratively unimplementable. It would be costly. It would be, it'd just be impossible to actually roll out. And so we make informed decisions as we design programs that we think are reasonable, that will capture the majority of customers who are interested and allow us to gain those learnings that you talked about. If our experience shows that we're missing a significant part of the market with the current program limits, then we'll absolutely take that into account and consider making changes. But I just think it's inappropriate to even suggest that a program out of the gate should be able to do everything for every type of customer. That's really not what program design is all about. We're trying to target interested customers and put reasonable limits so that we can implement these programs cost effectively and again, be good stewards of the resources of which we're trying to manage.
Thank you, Mr. Mallard, and I appreciate that. And I understand this is intended to be a pilot. So would you agree, though, that as my colleague Ms. Brown mentioned in her cross, that there are certain sources of funding that are time limited, specifically the solar wall funding, potentially tax credit funding, and if the company does not make this program available to larger customers in a shorter period of time, those customers may lose the opportunity to participate in this program because that funding may go away.
So we're sensitive to that, and we definitely take that into account, but it's also my testimony that it would be inappropriate for us to try to design programs and timelines based on changing policy and expectations of changing policy. I've seen it change both ways. New incentives that are added, incentives that go away, threatened sunset of incentives that are then rescued at the end. It can go a lot of different ways. And so we take that into account, but it would not be appropriate to try to design programs based specifically on expectation of changing policy. Like I said, the current incentives could very well go away. We might see some new ones just a couple of years with a different Congress in place.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Mallard, I appreciate that. Do you have any expectation that the policy environment for incentives for renewables will be meaningfully better before 2028?
I would hesitate to make a conjecture about that, but I'd say, like everything else, it's all just one election cycle away.
And I'll retract the word better and simply say more favorable to those programs. Okay, for one final question, I'll give you back your afternoon. And I believe Ms. Brown may have asked about this. During the hearing on your direct testimony, Commissioner Eccles, I believe, made a suggestion that it might be appropriate for the company to make allowances for specific exemptions from the size limitations sort of in its discretion for specific kinds of projects. Is that something the company would consider?
We would certainly look to the commission for guidance on any sort of things that they would want to see implemented as part of this program. Beyond that, I'll just say, sort of what we've been stating, which is we will continue to take feedback and incorporate that as we move forward into the implementation phase.
Okay, thank you all for your time. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir. Moving on. Georgia Conservation Voters Education Fund. Georgia Interfaith Power and Light, South Face.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Good afternoon, panel.
Hello.
I believe I really do only have one question for this panel. In part because Georgia Interfaith Power and Light and South Face Institute are very grateful to see Georgia Power meeting this moment in part by its proposal to meaningfully increase demand-side management energy savings. So with that, my question, does Georgia Power still support its proposed case for demand-side management?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you. All right. Georgia Solar Energy Industries Association. Okay. Georgia Solar. Moreland, how are you?
Doing okay. Hey, commissioners. Good afternoon, panel. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Some of my questions have already been asked and answered, so try not to repeat anything. If I do, just let me know. one of the recommendations that you spoke of in your rebuttal testimony, you're willing to adopt was about offering a 10-year term for the customer directed pathway. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
How did the company come to a 10-year term for that particular pathway? And why not 4, 5, 6 years?
Yeah, so this is a great opportunity to clarify a little bit on that. What we mean is that there will be an opportunity for a customer to participate for at least 10 years. That is coincident with the company directed option, since that will be a 10-year contract. We know we'll be dealing with these assets and these systems for at least that duration of time. So it made sense to be consistent across those. That isn't necessarily to say that a customer will be contractually obligated to participate for all 10 years. So they would be able to still, on an annual basis, opt out if they wanted to. And that's sort of aligned with the upfront annual incentive that is provided as part of that customer directed pathway.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. Would the 10-year offering affect the incentive structure for that pathway?
No, I don't anticipate that it would. As we move into a new IRP cycle and update avoided capacity costs, that could affect the incentive offering in future iterations.
That's great. That was another one of my questions. Would the so the incentives wouldn't necessarily be locked in for that period of time, but they could be adjusted from time to time, perhaps to reflect the avoided generation capacity value.
That's great.
Could that be on a annual basis, or?
I think what would probably be more appropriate would be coincident with the IRP cycle. So as we went into a new IRP, we would go through and update the incentive values according to the avoided capacity costs that were identified at that time.
Okay, fair enough. Would the 10-year term or offered, not mandatory, affect any of the optionality with the customer directed program in terms of being able to opt out of events or opt out of the number of hours per event?
No, I don't anticipate it would change any of that.
So to be clear, if a customer enrolled at the beginning of the program and they elected to go, they signed up for 10 years, then you have another customer who comes in year 2, would they be signing up for a supposed 10-year term or 8 years of a 10-year term?
So I think we would commit to, from the last new participant, having it available for 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah, and hopefully all these points are moot. The program is going to be well received and it'll be running continuously, but the 10-year commitment is important. Think about it as an opportunity to participate being available for 10 years, not a requirement to participate.
Okay, great. On the incentive structure, or at least currently, we're saying they're going to remain unchanged as proposed in your rebuttal testimony. And that they are based on forecasted avoided generation capacity value. Can you help me understand a little bit when you say forecasted? Is that over the 10-year term, or how is that forecasted?
Yes, so we took over for the company directed option a 10-year forecast of avoided capacity costs, took the net present value of that and then levelized it back over a 10-year period such that it would be a consistent dollar per kW amount in each of those 10 years.
Okay. It was also stated in your rebuttal testimony, I think it was page 18. Well, I'm sorry, on page 19, lines 1 and 2, that the current incentive structure is fair and reasonable. Is that correct?
That is our position, yes.
Does the company agree that under the company directed option, the cost of installing a battery and paired with solar will exceed the total incentive amount?
Yes, we anticipate, and I think this was stated in the direct hearings, that the incentives would cover somewhere around a third of the total cost of a system size. As we mentioned then, and I'll restate now, this is still a premium product. And so these incentives are not designed to cover the full cost of participation. But as we did benchmarking across similar peer programs, we think our incentives that we're offering are pretty competitive. And certainly the feedback we've been hearing is that these are compelling amounts, which should encourage participation.
Does the company agree that it would have complete control rights over the asset for what is essentially the entire useful life based on the residential battery out available today, according to their warranty?
Yeah, I think you mash together two concepts there, the warranted life and then the useful life, which might extend beyond the warranty. The company directed model would enable the company to dispatch those units at its discretion during that contracted term. But as we highlighted earlier, there's actually the potential for additional benefits to accrue to participating customers, particularly those on time of use rates, which are going to see benefits because the battery is shifting usage from high price peak times to low price off peak time.
And so you acknowledge that the company incentive on the company directed side is roughly about a third of the cost.
Yeah, give or take. That's ballpark.
Would the company acknowledge that some may view that such a program design could be unfair to participants in the program that are deploying 2/3 of their own capital? But use and control of the battery is reserved almost exclusively for grid benefit.
I would not agree with that because I think it's an apples to oranges comparison. There's going to be a number of additional benefits that accrue to participating customers. They're still going to see the bill reductions associated with the generation of solar and the pairing of that with storage behind their meter. So they're already going to be offsetting a significant portion of their bill by participating with behind the meter asset. That's in addition to the incentives that the company is offering. So I think really, there's a lot of potential value for participating customers, not to mention that they're getting an asset which also has some resiliency value. And while we can't put a dollar figure on that for a customer, I think we've heard from customers across the spectrum that increasingly reliability and resiliency are important to them and their operations. And so there's a number of values beyond just the incentives that the company is offering participation that will accrue to that individual customer. And one last thing, part of the importance of this structure is that it is maintaining value for all of our customers, including those non-participants.
Would the company agree that the many programs and utilities, including those that the company reviewed to develop this program, have set a maximum number of events to preserve some use of the system for participants that are paying for 2/3 of the battery?
I think that's fair. We have a model that looks more like that. We also heard from witnesses in the staff and intervening testimonies. Witness Raqueta testified that they run successful models all over the world utilizing a framework that's very similar to the company directed option.
Was one of those programs the Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart program?
That is one of the programs I think you referenced, yes.
Are you aware the customer commitment for that program is just a 4-year term, not a 10-year term, therefore relinquishing control of that asset back to the customer for 6 of the remaining 10 years life period of that asset?
Subject to check, I'm willing to accept that. I would also clarify that the incentives associated with participation in that program are lower than what we're offering, and part of that higher incentive is reflective of the longer duration of the term.
Would the company agree that requiring complete utility control of what is the 10-year useful life or warranted life of the battery is a novel program design that has not been attempted in the country anywhere else so far?
I don't think that's true. I think it was based in part on evaluations of those peer programs, recommendations and feedback we heard as part of the collaborative process to put this forward. And commissioners, I'll just take a step back. To the extent that customers don't want to relinquish that control, we do have a complementary pathway that they would be eligible to participate through in the customer directed pathway. So it may not be for everyone, and certainly for those who would be uncomfortable with that proposition, there's another opportunity for them to participate.
And what opportunity is that?
That's the customer directed pathway.
So thus far, the company does not agree with intervener recommendations to include an annual participation incentive for the company directed pathway.
No, I think we referenced this in our testimony. There were some competing recommendations around the incentive structure and value proposition. What we think we've put forward balances the sort of needs for an upfront incentive, which many of the pieces of feedback that we received encouraged us to include, because there is a large capital outlay required to acquire some of these assets, with the optionality that a pay for performance type model might provide in the customer directed path.
All right, let me take you through a hypothetical, if you could. So a customer purchased a solar and battery project. They're participating in the company directed program. So they get the upfront incentive to help offset approximately 1/3 of the cost. Is that correct?
Yes.
The customer signs the 10-year agreement in which the company has complete control of the battery. Is that right so far?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I would say, yeah, continue.
80%, right?
Yeah, that's a great point. So we have committed to not dispatching that battery below 20%. So we'll be maintaining a portion of the battery's energy storage capacity for the customer to use for resiliency or other purposes.
So the company has helped pay for 1/3 of the upfront cost, but has 80% control of the battery.
That is true. And as we just spoke through, there's additional benefits beyond the direct upfront incentive payment that are going to accrue to that participating customer. There are over 2,000 customers on our system who have installed solar plus storage to date, residential customers. Those customers certainly saw a value proposition that encouraged them to do that, even without any incentive. And so what we're hoping to do is just move the needle a little bit and provide further incentive to gain more participation from some of those customers who might have solar but not storage, or some of those customers who are on the fence, and this sort of provides the push to tip them over the edge and provide a little bit of additional value to get those resources behind me.
Doctor, is there a level of usage with that class of people that are installing solar and battery? Is there a level of the type of, how many normal kilowatts a month?
Yes, it's a good question, Commissioner. So that the typical residential house is using, we say usually around 1,000 kilowatt hours a month. And so on average, I think the customers who are installing solar plus storage are a little bit bigger than the typical customer. So maybe somewhere in that 1,200 kilowatt hours a month plus range, generally speaking. But we do see adoption sort of across the size spectrum, both in terms of the load of the customers and then the size of the assets. So one of the conversations we had earlier is the average panel size of a customer adopting right now is just under 7 kW. And I think we have about 2,000 customers to date who have solar plus storage. The vast majority of them, like upwards of 90%, have less than 20 kW total assets installed.
those 2,000 customers you mentioned have full control of those assets, though, is that correct?
Yes.
So this 10-year agreement, kind of going back to my hypothetical, if you could, that 10-year agreement runs with a property, for kind of lack of a better way to put it. Is that correct?
It would be premise-based, yes.
So,
And maybe anticipating where you're going with this, but we talked a little bit about in the direct hearings, the optionality for a customer who might move to either pay back a prorated share of the incentive, or they could transfer that contract to a new occupant at the premise.
that is where I was going. So, very good, doctor. So kind of continuing on, year 5, that customer has to move, they get relocated to another state and sells the property to a new Georgia Power customer. But the previous customer, they already took the upfront incentive, right?
Yes.
So what incentive is left in place for the new property owner to continue to own, operate, and maintain this battery and participate in the program if there is no annual incentive?
They're getting the benefits of having a solar plus storage installation at their new residence without having to pay the capital costs to install a new.
Well, it
solar
could have
plus
been
storage.
included in the cost of the home, is that correct?
That's fair, and they're certainly going to see the benefits of that asset from a resiliency perspective or in reductions to their bill because those assets are generating electricity behind the meter.
And in talking to real estate agents about this, these secondary buyers, they're getting a deal on these things because half the MLS listings don't even show having solar on there. So the customer buying it according to Christopher Rogers, who's a member of the association, it's they're getting it at 10% of the value probably. Hypothetically speaking.
Just quickly, kind of a side question. I'm done with the hypothetical there. To follow up with the discussion with staff earlier regarding the requirement to be on a time of use rate plan in order to participate in the company directed pathway, would a customer be able to program the battery to align with peak times in the event that the company does not call an event during those times?
I don't think we would be willing to commit to that. What we have said is that our TOU rates are designed sort of around system costs, and that's how we would be, that's the signal that we would be dispatching these battery assets around. So there's likely, commissioners, to be a lot of correlation between any of these TOU rate structures and the dispatch schedules of these batteries in the company directed model.
And were you asking about the company directed specifically?
Actually, no, I think it would apply to both, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so thank you for that clarification. In the customer directed option, certainly the owner operator of that battery would have the ability outside of the discrete utility called events to program it however it best sees fit, whether that's sort of trying to maintain a sufficient amount of capacity for reliability purposes or around the TOU rate purpose. I know there's a number of different software algorithms that are available across different OEMs that customers could choose from.
I think we covered this before, so forgive me if this is repetitive, commissioners and panel, but I'm moving on to the system size limitations. But if the customer, commercial or residential, had a choice as to whether to pay for their fair share of the cost of any grid upgrades, particularly for commercial and MUSH customers, I guess I'm thinking of, would the company consider allowing system sizes higher than the current limits?
I think we did cover this one.
Okay.
And what we've said is certainly we'll take feedback. What we think we've identified here is implementable, feasible out of the gate, but to the extent that we're not meeting a portion of the market which has sufficient interest, we could continue to iterate down the road.
One of the reasons for maintaining the 20 kilowatt residential system size in your rebuttal was that majority of customers, you're not limiting a majority of the customers based on installed system sizes to date. Is that correct?
Yes, we went through some of those numbers earlier, Commissioners. I'm happy to go through them again, but.
Well, I'm going to approach it from a little bit of a different angle,
Okay.
if that's all right. Is that data the same or what's in the data request STF PIA 15-1?
I'm not familiar with that specific one, but if you have a copy, I'd be happy to look at it or.
Well, that was the one with the 2,000 some odd customer data. I didn't print that out for us today.
Okay, I will say, I know we did provide data as part of the data request process about our installations to date. That is the same information that I was using to generate those statistics that I described earlier, yes.
All right, we took a little bit of a closer look at just the past 3 years of residential installations in that data request. And I wanted to kind of go over with you a little bit about what we found. If I had told you in the year 2022, the average generation and battery capacity AC was 14.62 kilowatts, would that sound about right to you, subject check?
Without having that evidence in front of me, I'm not sure I'd be willing to agree to that, but I trust you're not trying to distort the numbers.
Subject to check.
Subject to check.
And then in 2023, the combined average generation and battery capacity is 15.66 kilowatts AC.
And sorry, you're still referencing a specific data request?
Mr. Borland, you have copies of these data requests?
It's a huge giant
There's a
file.
lot of data requests, so you can't expect them to remember every single.
No,
one
it's
of them
the
without
same one, 15-1.
Yeah,
You're saying there was an attachment and you're taking pieces of the attachment and referencing them?
Correct.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Warren, we're going to want to see the data request so we can speak to it. There's a lot of different ways to slice and dice the information, different ways that we measure, depending on what the data request was for specifically. So it'd be conjecture for us to speak to exactly what the numbers are representing.
Okay. Generally speaking, would you agree that combined generation and battery capacity amounts are increasing over time?
Yes, I would agree to that. We've seen average system sizes get larger over time. I think that's.
Do you have any thoughts as to why the total capacity amounts are trending higher every year?
There's a lot of things in play. Customers with larger loads, larger houses being interested in solar and solar plus storage maybe tend to be the earlier adopters. The marketplace encouraging customers to install larger systems, and then maybe the efficiency of the solar panels and the batteries that would allow larger capacities and similar sized installation opportunities.
Then if we're seeing a trend of higher load sizes and combined generation and battery sizes, then wouldn't that be prudent to look forward rather than back when determining system size limitations?
I think that's a exact type of thing that we would want to gain knowledge about in executing this pilot. Again, commissioners, we feel like the limits that we put forward are reasonable. They're based on what we've seen from our customers. They're absolutely defendable, and will capture the majority of the market. I'll restate again, if we get feedback, if the data shows us that we're missing a significant amount of customers who want to participate because of these limits, we're absolutely going to take that into account and respond to that. But we feel like the limits as proposed will capture the majority of the market and will provide us a great opportunity to roll out a very successful solar plus storage pilot.
Okay. Thank you for that. On page 20, line 14, there's discussion of the ability for the Tesla Powerwall 3 to participate, inflated the ability to add additional storage capacity with additional export capacity. Could you clarify what is intended with the meaning behind that one?
Yes, so we're gonna get technical for a minute here, Commissioners. I apologize, but the simultaneous export limit of a Powerwall is 11.5 kW. That's Powerwall 3. That is not to say that you can't add additional storage or energy capacity, extend the duration of the storage at a premise, and without increasing that 11.5 kW. So Tesla offers what's called expansion packs that enable you to add additional storage capability without expanding that 11.5 kW limit. And so you could put, subject to check, 4 or 5 expansion packs behind that single Powerwall 3 that's still limited to that 11.5 kW that enables you to add a bigger battery, which could provide you more storage capacity, but still be subject to that same discharge threshold. And I'll just add one additional thing. In that conversation, we talked about legacy systems and the potential to AC couple some of these power walls with existing solar. Tesla's own recommendations, and I wrote this down, for AC coupled is a maximum of 7.68 kW AC per power wall. And so you could put a Powerwall 3, several expansion packs, and the maximum amount of AC coupled solar that Tesla recommends all below our 20 kW.
But it is true that a customer can run more appliances and systems simultaneously off of 2 Powerwall 3s than just one.
Yes, I think that is fair in that the more loads you have, the more capacity that would potentially require.
So for example, if you had 2 Powerwall 3s, you could run your air conditioning, maybe your charge your car, for example, make a smoothie.
11.5 kW is a pretty significant amount of load for a residential premise. If we think about sort of back to the typical customer, Commissioner McDonald using about 1,000 kilowatt hours a month, that's an average of about 1.5 kW an hour, give or take. So we're talking about an order of magnitude beyond that a Tesla Powerwall 3 is able to provide. So that should be able to power your AC plus some additional components. And I think not to speak for Tesla, part of the benefit of their new Powerwall 3 was that it did have that 11.5 kW export capability so that it could power some of those additional appliances.
That's right.
I don't know if they specifically had blenders in mind, but.
But I guess it is a fact that you could not participate in this program if you wanted to have 2 Powerwall 3s.
That is true.
Is the company familiar with IEEE Technical Standard 1547, 2018?
Generally, but I'm not an engineer.
Yeah, me neither. Well, it's widely adopted technical standard that provides requirements for interconnecting DERs, takes into consideration performance, operation, testing, safety considerations. Just curious if the company has adopted this standard.
That might have been a good question for Mr. Robinson. I think we're all generally aware of it, but would hate to speak to the company's technical standards.
Yeah, and I will just say that we do have pretty robust series of DER interconnection policies, I think some of which try and incorporate best practices from that standard and others.
All right, my last questions here. Has the company committed to hosting stakeholder sessions or any public input sessions during the development, the implementation of the program?
we're committed to receiving feedback. We haven't committed to any specific sessions, but per Commissioner Eccles' question earlier, we absolutely want to continue to get feedback and we want to get input from the market participants that are going to be partnering with us.
So then you would agree that public input from stakeholders could positively impact the implementation of the program?
Yes, and I think I would just like to recognize that I think it's positively impacted the pilot that we put forward. We do recognize that there was a number of great suggestions made in the initial collaboration sessions hosted at the commission, and some of the feedback that we got as part of staff intervener testimony. And our conversations are ongoing. Certainly our phones are online, our email inboxes are open. We don't have a practice of turning down opportunities to meet with customers, stakeholders, et cetera. So.
All right, no further questions. Thank you, panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. All right, Ms. Coyle, Georgia Watch. Some questions. Georgia Wand and Vote Solar. No question. Marta? Microsoft? Resource Supply Management? Sierra Club SACE and NRDC? Southern Renewable Energy Association? Oh, no. Next contestant.
Good afternoon, Whit Cox with Southern Renewable Energy Association. So I have just a few questions about page 15 of your testimony regarding the customer identified resource option.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cox, page 15?
Yes.
Okay.
And I know I gave the other panel an easy question, so I'm going to try to make it a little more challenging today. So the Q&A, does the company agree with SEBA's recommendation to implement the customer identified resource option on an uncapped rolling basis without conducting a competitive RFP? Your answer was no, and then you provided some explanation. And just wanted to clarify something. So my kind of understanding of the explanation was it was focused on supporting the competitive RFP process, but I didn't really see a rebuttal of the recommendation that the CIR option be uncapped. So I just wanted to wondering if you could clarify, what is the basis for the proposed cap? Is it based on a percentage of load, or just wanted some explanation on that?
Yeah. So thanks for that. So the question is, does the company agree with SEBA's recommendation to have uncapped rolling, no RFP procurements? And the answer to that remains emphatically no. These procurements, it's our testimony, they should be pursuant to a competitive RFP. That's the best way to identify the best prices out there, best value for our customers. Then the CIR process would operate subsequent to the competitive RFP with the ability for customers to subscribe to additional resources at prices that would still deliver value to customers. So it would be pursuant to an RFP. It could be rolling in the sense that our plan would be to extend participation windows, and our RFPs generally back up to each other. And so in that sense, it would be a more continuous process that would allow customers to participate. I don't think rolling would be correct. As far as a cap, really the cap is the 4,000 megawatts by 2035 that the Aurora model identified as the amount of resources that would be beneficial to customers if procured at prices that delivered value. So that's really the upper end. The proposal as it stands now is to run an RFP with a target of 1,000 megawatts and then the ability to add up to 3,000 more for a total of 4,000 by 2035.
Okay. And so just to clarify that cap, is it based at all on the load forecast or more just the Aurora modeling?
Yeah, so it's based on the Aurora model, and again, Aurora has able to select, and that's new as of 2022. IRP commissioners, as a reminder, it can select renewable resources now, and based on the inputs on the price of solar that were inputted into the model, an amount of 4,000 megawatts when viewed across the different carbon load scenarios in the future was deemed beneficial for customers.
Okay. And has the company considered basing the CIR cap on a percentage of the load forecast? Would that, is that something you evaluated? And one reason I'm asking is I know the main panel presented a table or figure 3 on page 22, which indicates that the load forecast for 2035 is, at least 1 gigawatt more than previously projected. So I was thinking that might, provide some evidence for a larger cap for the CIR.
Yeah, I don't think it would at this time. I think that's something that could be revisited in future IRPs based on updated forecasts, but the 4,000 is based on the current forecast, and I think that's reasonable, and what the company has proposed is our best offer is on the table there, up to 4,000 by 2035.
Okay. So what would be the options for customers if the cap is maxed out, before 2035, and you have a new data center with 2 gigawatts of load, and they want to offset 100% with renewable energy? What would their sort of option be? Would you request to increase the cap, or?
I think that could certainly be on the table. We talked a little bit earlier, commissioners, about the innovative solutions that we've been working on directly with some of these interested customers, and the ability for us to work directly with customers who might be interested in amounts of carbon-free energy that otherwise can't be procured pursuant to the competitive RFP process. So we're open to that. We are having some constructive discussions with these customers now. We mentioned some of those examples, what that might could look like going forward. And we would absolutely, if to the extent we could reach an agreement with those customers, we would bring those solutions to the commission for consideration.
And do other electric suppliers in Georgia, the cooperatives, do they have any cap on customer identified renewable energy?
I'm not sure. I would just reiterate that all of our procurements are to benefit all Georgia Power customers. Certainly take into account individual customer needs, but 4,000 megawatts and the way that we pursue and procure renewable energy is based on the benefit that renewable energy can provide to all Georgia Power customers, not any individual customer.
Okay. Are you at all concerned that, some customers might elect to utilize another electric supplier? I was just reading about this Nestle Walton Electric Co-op case where the Supreme Court affirmed the PSC's decision on that. Is that a concern that might be an option if you have a cap for renewable resources?
I'm not familiar with your reference, but I can say we're definitely concerned with meeting customer needs. That's absolutely important to us, both existing customers and potential new customers, economic development or otherwise. So what those customer needs are is absolutely something that we consider in our renewable planning and really our overall IRP process, commissioners. So what those needs are is definitely important, but we always have to balance that against what's best for all 2.7 million customers.
And I know this may be a little outside, but we talked about this extensively in direct robust portfolio of options. So like dynamic pricing signals, renewables, DER programs, energy efficiency programs, demand side management. We think that the robust portfolio is part of the economic development for customers coming to the state.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
All right, Department of Defense, Walmart.
Hey, good afternoon. You've reached the end, so glad to see you're smiling still. I want to say clarify, I'm not sure I heard your answer to this earlier. I think Siva was asking you about the customer identified resource option. Did you say, or one of you say that Georgia Telecom was proposing new rules by the end of this year? Did I mishear that?
I'm sorry, can you say that question one more time, please?
Sure. For the customer identified resource option, Did you talk about the timing for proposing the new rules? Was that by the end of this year?
So the updated CARES program participation, I didn't say specifically by the end of this year, but we would want to get those new program guidelines in place ahead of the 2026 RFP. That would be what we propose to allow for the new procurement enhancements to take effect.
Thanks. Just making sure I understood that part. Mr. Mallard, I know earlier in your testimony today, you talked about Georgia Power Company's focus on carbon-free and renewable resource development. And in the IRP main document in section 9.5, there's a reference to Georgia Power Company's evaluation of hydrogen as a net zero operation. And with that as kind of our background, I had a question because I saw that Georgia Power Company hosted an update, I believe on June 16th, which was last week, which post-dated your all's rebuttal filing about a actually the largest ever test of blending hydrogen and natural gas to create energy at Plant McDonough last week, and that was to assess the future of this as a potential fuel source. So I was wondering if your panel had any additional information about that particular test, which I understand is the second such test that Georgia Power Company has run.
Yeah, and I don't have any additional information. I think I probably read the same article that you did. I can say that Georgia Power is absolutely interested in pursuing hydrogen and what benefits it could have and as a carbon-free resource. And so those test fires at Plant McDonough are very important for us to understand how that impacts the operation of the generation unit. And yeah, it sounds like the second one was longer duration, more impactful than the first. I don't have any additional information other than that public information that was shared.
Sure. So if possible, I would like to make hearing requests for any additional information that Georgia Power Company could share with the interveners in the group, just for understanding the test that was done last week because of the timing of this case and the impact that it could have on the future IRP. So if that's possible, we would like to make that request.
Okay, thank you.
With that, I'm done. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you for your patience.
Thanks.
All right. You can redirect.
Just a few questions. Earlier, Mr. Snowden asked you several questions about what would happen if customers wanted to participate in the solar plus storage pilot program with systems larger than 250 kW. Do you recall those?
Yes.
And he mentioned that the company has an obligation to interconnect on a non-discriminatory basis. Is that right?
Yes.
But to clarify, the company's duty is to treat similarly situated customers in a non-discriminatory manner, correct?
Yes.
And a small commercial customer with a system smaller than 250 kW is differently situated than a larger commercial customer with a larger system, correct?
I would agree.
And it's possible that larger commercial customers who are able to invest in a system larger than 250 kW may not need an incentive to install or get the benefits from such a system, correct? They could do that themselves.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions. I would ask that all of the company's exhibits that have not already been moved into evidence be done so.
So, Mark.
Thank you.
All right. Any housekeeping matters?
Mr. Chair, I believe I neglected to move into the record SIBA 1, the CARES AFC, or CFE ATC tariff. So I'd ask for that.
So, Mark.
Thank you.
All right. I will just mention with regard to the GIPL motion, look, if y'all can look at the dates of like the next cycle in July for committees and admins, and if, you know, get with your respective people that you would need here for a hearing, and let us know, you know, if possible by Thursday. Okay, thank you. Any other housekeeping matters to take up? Panel, thank y'all for your time today. Good to see you, and you can be excused. I'll ask the court reporter at this time to make all exhibits part of the record. And again, thank y'all for your time and being here, and this hearing is now concluded.